A year ago, I started this Minecraft world and have since survived 1,000 days, building some crazy projects and doing some insane things along the way. This video shows my entire journey, all 14 episodes from start to finish. Grab some food, this is gonna be a long one. This is actually some pretty cool generation as well. I think Distant Horizons is still loading. Yeah, I did install some like other biome mods and generation mods because the vanilla generation is quite boring. This, by the way, includes the continents mod, which essentially makes your world generate as a bunch of differently sized islands. This means that there's going to be a lot of ocean, and in order to properly connect our world, we're going to have to build harbors and airports, which I think is a great attention to detail. Ah, yes, finally. This world has like a deficit of coal, I swear to god, I've been searching for coal for so long. Holy shit, that's a lot of iron. Oh. Why is there so much iron here? This is a nice little pond as well. I'm glad we have like a shit ton of iron, because iron is very, very useful in this mod. Okay, now I want to kill some spiders so I can get a backpack, because my inventory is already so full. Yes! To be completely honest, I don't actually really like using backpacks that much, because it just means if you die, you lose more items, but as of right now, it's fine. I then set my sights on the first create mod contraption. Oh yeah. Wait, why is the texture? Here's a little create mod life hack. Oh yeah. I then decided I wanted to build my house out of spruce wood, because apparently I like making things difficult for myself. I think I want to build my house out of spruce wood, so we're gonna have to go find that. I mean, seriously, I walked around the island for like an hour only to realize that it didn't generate with a single spruce tree. Yo, I kind of feel like that spruce over there. Like, I kind of have a sneaky little feeling. Oh, there's an ocean monument as well. That might come in handy later. Oh, there's 2 gold blocks, but I can't mine that because I don't have an iron pickaxe, even though I have like a million iron at home. I need gold to make a wrench. Does this have gold, please? Yes! Okay, so now we can move contraptions very easily. That's so satisfying. So the replay mod footage here actually corrupted for some reason, and all the modded blocks have wrong textures. No, I did not build my roof out of waterlogged trapdoors, but I'm keeping this time-lapse in for continuity's sake. Alright, the house is done, more or less. I need to add some flowers and stuff. But the bulk of it is done, which is big progress. I think I'm gonna build a self-harvesting wheat farm over there, just so I have a good source of food. So I ended up building this a lot bigger than I initially thought. Okay, just a quick little intermission in the montage. There's this mod I have called Chipped, and it adds a bunch of variants to blocks that are already in the game. And I think I just want to spice up my little area with some custom leaves. Also, I don't know why the bad omen is in the middle of my screen. That's really annoying me. I might go milk a cow and get rid of that. I don't know if that's a glitch or like if a mod I have puts it there, but it's such an intrusive place for it to be. There's like not a single cow. There's not a single cow around there. Ah, yes. Okay, I'm glad that's out of my face. Now let's go sleep. Okay, so I need... What do I need for this? Crafting table, stick, slab. And then I need to make some flower pots. Oh, not some flower... Well, yeah, I do need to make some flower pots. Is it 1-to-1 or do you get more? No, it is 1-to-1. Okay. I never make flower pots. Yeah, it's just like a little side quest. I don't need that many leaves, so 1 or 2 trees should be enough. Honestly, a stack should be enough, but I'll get another. I'll get this as well. Make 1 more flower pot, and now we can make this. And now, oh my god. Yeah, look at that. Now we can make a bunch of different type of leaves. Okay, so now this is done. I have 1 more. I'm not sure about these apple ones. I might get rid of them. Yeah, they look nicer. Okay, now that we're done with this, I have this little idea, right? Because in the create mod you can craft, I believe they're called harvesters? Yeah, harvesters. And they basically just harvest your crops for you. You roll them over your plants and then they'll harvest them if they're grown fully and they'll replant them, which is incredibly useful. Now the thing with that is in the create mod, typically people will make a little like a spinny thing and then they'll put the harvesters in the middle and it will harvest the wheat. It will basically turn around. I mean, I'm explaining it really bad, but I'll put a little thing up on the screen to show you what I'm talking about. That's typically how people build these farms. And I can't really do that because that would look really ugly. If I slapped a massive rotating thing in the middle of the crop farm. I have an idea and I haven't tested it, but I don't see why it wouldn't work. Where I want to build like a crop harvester, like like one of those things that you'd see on a farm. And then I'm gonna put it on top of a minecart, basically. So I'm gonna attach everything to a minecart, and then I'm gonna put tracks underneath the farm. So then the minecart's just gonna slowly roll around and get everything, you know, like it's driving around. And then I'm gonna make it deposit it somewhere, maybe like over here or over here. And then that should replant everything, and I feel like that would look better than a rotating saw blade. So yeah, let's go build that. So I need 20 of these, and I need 10 flattened ingots. That took so long. Now we make not that. 5. Yes. Okay. Okay. It's a little goofy, I'm not gonna lie. I was originally gonna go for something like more colorful and modern, but I thought that wouldn't really fit with the theme of this build that much. So yeah, I made this little wooden carriage thing. Now, how it moves by itself is completely beyond me, but it's okay. Okay, so there's a few things I need now. First of all, I need a cart assembler, because you essentially use this to put things on top of a minecart. And then next I need some rails, obviously, and there's this type of rail in the create mod called the controller rail, and it basically allows you to make things roll slowly, which is what we want, because we don't want this thing to go like 1,000,000 kilometers per hour. Powered rails might be a little too fast. So we're gonna have to get some of these, which means we're gonna have to get electron tubes, which require quartz, which means we're gonna have to go to the nether, and we need redstone, so we're gonna have to go mining as well. Okay, let's get the redstone first. Also, something I just completely glossed over here is that we also need a ton of gold, and I didn't realize this until like I had already gotten the redstone and the quartz. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So we're gonna need like at least like 5 stacks. That's so much gold. I then went mining, but I found like no gold, and I kid you not, I was literally about to give up until the craziest thing happened. Oh, wait, is this a big vein? I found another massive ore vein. I swear to God, this bot is blessed or something, because I've never seen this in any playthrough. Like, I've always heard of them, but I've never actually seen them, and in this world, we somehow got 2. I have so much gold. Like, look at all of this. I then dug out the path I wanted the harvester to follow. This whole process took me like 2 hours, but the footage is so boring, I'm not even gonna bother showing most of it. The funniest part was, at the end I didn't even need that many controller rails. So I was kind of tweaking out for no reason. So now we need some of these first, some portable interfaces. Perfect. And then one goes on this thing, and one will go on the outside, and this thing will basically transfer all the items out. We're also gonna need some slime to glue all of that together, which is something I didn't actually consider, but I think there's actually a slime recipe that uses, yeah, dough, which is made with water and wheat. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, and now we need lime dye, which we can make from, oh, we can use ferns. Okay, so we need a millstone. Oh no, where was that fern? Right, nice. And now we have green dye. Combine this with white dye, and we have a lime dye, and then we combine that with, and we get slime balls. Okay, and now we actually need 2, so this is perfect. We need iron and andesite alloy, I think. Oh, sheet. Okay, it's not andesite alloy. Nice. Okay, and now, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. With this, I can glue all of this together. So let me just do that real quick. Like this, and like that, and like this. Nice. Okay. And with this, I can now, if I get a minecart as well, so I need some iron. If we now go under here, and then if we go 2 blocks under like this, place that there. Place that on top of that. And then we're going to need some blocks above this, so let's just use that and that. And then glue all this together. And then put a minecart down here. And power it. This should make a cart contraption. Yes. So now this is all connected to the minecart, which means if I move the minecart, this entire thing is gonna move, which is exactly what we want. And now the great thing about this is we can now come over here and just pick this up with a wrench, and now we just have it. We just have it in our inventory, which is great, because it means moving this thing is gonna be so much easier. And now we come over here to anywhere really here that's just under our farm with the rails. We can, so everything is facing this direction. I believe if we put this down, it should just go. Okay, okay, so now it's moving. Yeah, look at that. And now, when it gets to the wheat, it should harvest it. It's gonna miss quite a bit. Okay, it's gonna miss a lot. Is it gonna reach the wheat? Oh! Oh my god. Let's just put it right here, because I know it'll stop here. So how this works is if I put this here, when this thing eventually comes around, wow, okay, really like stopping there. That should be fine. That should be fine. So the way this thing works, this little portable interface, is that when it comes back around. No, there's a lot of stuff in here, so this is gonna actually take a bit. Then once this is empty, I believe it should just keep going. It might stop. That's my only concern, because it's not on a powered rail right now, so I'm kind of concerned that it's just gonna stop. I don't know if it keeps its momentum, but I guess we'll see. Oh! Yeah, that looks good to me. I don't know. Okay, we have a little tent thing. Before we end off this episode, there's one last thing I want to do. We need a source of stress units, so... Okay, so I'm realizing while editing this that I didn't actually explain anything, so here's a quick explanation. Basically, everything in the Create mod is powered using rotational force, or SU. Now, there are 3 primary ways in Vanilla Create to generate SU, those being the water wheel, the windmill, and... we'll worry about that one later. The water wheel is pretty self-explanatory. It spins when there's flowing water and it will always generate a fixed amount of SU. The windmill, however, is a bit more complicated. The amount of rotational force it will produce will depend on how many wool or sail blocks you have attached to the contraption, and that's basically it. Now, it's worth mentioning you can put non-wool or sail blocks on a windmill. They won't do anything, but they'll still spin. We're gonna make a little create mod workshop, because right now all I have is this, and this is not gonna suffice because I have to hand crank everything. So we're gonna make a little windmill to generate some stress, and then we're gonna hook that up with maybe like a new basement, and then we're gonna build a little create workshop there. Alright, so the windmill's done. You can tell this build wasn't well planned because the windmill blades block the door to get in. We've moved most of the create stuff in here. It's still kind of empty, but we're gonna fill that in once we actually need the stations and stuff. I also know I said I would build a basement before, but I decided against that. I decided to just put it in the windmill, because otherwise like there would be nothing in there anyway. Like I might as well utilize that space, you know, and also I don't want to build a new basement. I don't want to have to extend the house, so yeah. I'm thinking I'll use this kind of area for these chipped little workshops because they look quite nice and they're 2 blocks wide, so they'll take up a bit of space. Up here you can see like there's a bunch of the cogs. I'm using gear ratios, which basically just combine small and big cogwheels to turn things faster. It's a real life concept, so I don't think I need to explain that. And also I'm scared I'm gonna run out of stress because I only have this windmill, which doesn't actually produce that much because it's quite small. I mean obviously I can't make it any bigger. So I have here the dark truth behind the windmill. I have a few water wheels down here that are working, so that should suffice me with enough stress units for everything I need up here. I mean, I can always extend this down if I run out. So I think everything should be good. Okay, that's all I have planned for this episode, so bye bye. Last episode, we started off this world by building a nice little starter house, a self-harvesting wheat farm, and a windmill with a simple create workshop inside. But this episode, we're going way bigger. Hi, welcome back. Before we get started on this episode, I just want to thank everyone for all the support on the first episode. I was reading through your comments and they genuinely brought me so much joy. So yeah, to everyone who left a comment or just watched the video in general, thank you. I really actually appreciate it. I will try to upload these videos on a somewhat regular schedule. The thing is about this machine is that it doesn't plant crops, it only harvests them, so I need to actually go through and plant all the seeds first. Anyway, so the first episode, I didn't really have like a general plan. I didn't have a set plan. I had like a few things I wanted to do. Like I knew I was gonna create the world and like build a house and like maybe like get a source of food. But I didn't really have like a set in stone plan. That changes this episode. I have a massive project that's already in a creative world and we're gonna find somewhere in this world today to put it. Basically today, I want to start the factory district. The idea is if one episode I need like a ton of diorite, for example. I don't know why the fuck I'd ever need a ton of diorite. I can then just expand the factory area. You know, I can build a little diorite factory and just plop it in there, which is good because it means all of our production will be like in one sort of area. And that also limits like lag around the world, which is good, and also it just makes things easier, you know, because everything is in one place. So first things first, we got to explore our island a bit more, and we got to find a nice place to build it. I mean, I'm assuming there's still a lot of island. Like I've explored most of this area down here, but I haven't gone up here yet. Last episode, like when I needed spruce, I stopped here, but I haven't looked at any of this. So hopefully there's something up here that like we can turn into the factory area that's like kind of far away from this place, because I want to keep this place looking nice, but also like not too far because, you know, I still want to access my resources. Let's just go on an adventure and see if we can find anything. Wait a minute, hang on. Okay, so I'm thinking we build our factory district on this island here. And I don't know if I'm being a little too ambitious. I feel like it's a good amount of space. It's a good distance from the house. Like it's not far, but it's like not close enough where it's like it's right next to it. I think a great detail is actually, if you come over here, all the water looks like really grey and dead. It's weird to say that that's good, but like for a factory aesthetic, I feel like that would look quite nice. I think we deforest this entire island and make it our factory district. Oh, okay, don't die. That would be quite bad. Jesus Christ, holy crap. That was quite scary. Okay, this is taking too long, so we're just gonna burn it down instead. Okay, admittedly the fire is also not doing a very good job, so I might have to do all this by hand. So the fire actually ended up being a horrible idea because it just left a bunch of floating pieces of tree. Okay, this is wonderful. So I've deforested a good chunk of the island. Well, the big trees at least. I've left most of the small trees because I figured that we can just get rid of them as we go. There's still like floating stuff around which we'll get rid of eventually. Right now I'm really not bothered. I think I can make do with this. This is like about like maybe almost half of the island has been deforested. This is the other thing. This is all the wood that we got. At the start I was gathering everything, and then when my inventory was full I was bringing it back to these chests, but like after I burnt the forest down, I just couldn't be asked, and I just let the items despawn. I mean, like, this is all gonna be like resource wood, right? I'm not gonna build with this wood because it's like jungle and it's gonna like acacia and like mangrove. Mangrove looks kind of nice. It looks kind of interesting, but I don't really have any plans to build with mangrove. I'll save the mangrove maybe, but the jungle's gonna go and the acacia's gonna go. I never built anything out of those. First, we're gonna build a little cobblestone generator thing because the first project I want to do, the big project that was in the creative world, that's gonna require a lot of cobblestone. To build this thing, we're gonna be using a schematic, which basically means I don't actually have to build it. I just put all the resources in a chest and connect it to a little schematic cannon, and then that will build it for me. And that'll be really helpful because it will obviously save me a lot of time. So, there's a few things we need. We need a schematic table, and we're gonna need some of these empty schematics. Alright, empty schematic. Schematic table. Yes, this is what we need. And then the last thing we need is one of these, a schematic cannon, which is gonna require iron, which means we actually have to go mining because I'm officially out of iron. And okay, so I'm thinking around here. Okay, so this can just go right here. It's just gonna be out in the open for now, but we'll build a little thing around it later. So now we put this down, and then we put this in here. And I have a little clipboard here, so if we put that in here, it's gonna give us a list of all the materials we need. Everything we need to get. Fun, okay. Okay, I've put it off for long enough. We're gonna go in the nether and we're gonna get a blaze burner. Oh! Okay, we may have died. But like, most of the essential stuff that we had didn't burn in lava. We got our blaze burner, which is good. Okay, so now we need to make brass, which means we need... What is it? Copper and zinc. So what's the order? I forget. It's small, big, iron nugget. Okay, small, big, nugget. And the annoying thing about this is it might break. Yes, okay, nice. Please, yes! I'm so fed up with getting materials. Now you combine these with 2 brass casings, And we have 2 rotational speed controllers. So now the only thing on our list is... Oh, I forgot about these. Now we have one thing left. Actually, there's a few more things that I need to do before I forget. And I don't want to have to come back here to grab these things. So I need water is one thing, but you can just get an infinite supply of that. I need 3 lava buckets as well. Now we just gotta wait for this to finish, and we should have everything. Okay, so this thing has been running for like 2 seconds and we already have, holy. Basically this thing works on an exploit. It's so loud. So basically this beast of a cobblestone generator works on an exploit. I'm not entirely sure how it works. I'll link a video in the description that explains it quite well. That's where I got the design from as well. This isn't an original design. However, that exploit means we're going to be able to build some crazy projects. So I'll allow it. Look at this, we already have 4,000 cobblestone in the span of me talking. It's been like 20 seconds, look at it go up, look! Anyway, so now we're gonna move on to the real big project of the video. Using this cobblestone. Oh, this is gonna be great. Okay. It's gonna take a while to upload because it's massive. Oh yeah, look at that. It doesn't even fit on my screen, it's so big. I'm thinking we're gonna have this thing like around here. This area is quite flat, so right here. Oh boy, okay. So this is what we're building. Oh my god. Let's just pop this in here, and let's put this in here. And we'll get another material checklist, and okay. This is why we needed this cobblestone generator. I made a conscious effort to make most of this build. The big gray power plant thing, that's all made out of different types of cobblestones. So we have, yeah, rough cobblestone, 21 stacks, sanded cobblestone, 18 stacks. We got regular stone, we got some cobblestone bricks, we got some cobbled cobblestone. So there are some other things thrown in there, like we do have some clay, some netherrack for the other tower thing next to it. We have some white concrete as well. But most of it, the bulk of it is built out of cobblestone. And we need a ridiculous amount of cobblestone. Like right here we got 20 stacks of this, we got 18 stacks of this, 21 stacks of this, and we have this one more, I know, 10, 11 stacks of this. There's no way I was going to go mine all of that, so that's where this thing comes in. So there were 2 more things I needed. The first was the chip workbench so I could make all the cobblestone variants, and the second was a better way to smelt things. So propeller, and then we can make an encased fan, which we need. Okay. Okay, and now we take all of this over to the cobblestone and we do some crafting. Okay, now we gotta set up a little thing. Little super smelter. Let's use cobblestone. We have quite a bit of that. Okay, so now we put this here and we have a crazy furnace. Oh yeah, that's so much. Okay, that's so good. Oh, I can craft it all. Oh my god, I love this mod so much. I think that's everything we can make with the cobblestone. I think everything else I do have to get by myself. Okay. Okay. But that's like 90% of the materials. We are wrenchless. I accidentally put the wrench in here and I can't really get it out until I build this, but that's okay. We'll worry about that later. I then spent the next few hours mining a ton of clay. If you were watching the ingredients list, you would have seen that I needed a lot of clay and a lot of netherrack. And while netherrack is quite easy to get, it's quite abundant in the nether, clay is not. Unless you find one of those lush caves, but I was having no luck with that. This is the second episode in a row where I've committed to a project and I've just not thought of the logistics at all. It happened last episode with the gold as well. Oh my god. I didn't know this was here. It's like a village in the middle of like a clearing. Look at the jungle leaves. Look at the gradient from green to yellow. Yeah, at this point I got quite bored of gathering clay, so I just started exploring my world. think I've gotten rid of all of the clay that's on the main island, so I've been doing a little bit of adventuring. It's very cool standing up somewhere high and looking around our little, I guess, archipelago. The main island is over there. I think that might be it. Wait, that's probably this. I don't even think I can see the main island. Maybe it's that thing. Oh yeah, there we go. That's our main island. There also seems to be another pretty big island over here. The island I'm on currently, this one's not too big. It seems a lot smaller than our island. I want to eventually see if I can find a really, really big island. This island is like ours, but it's like more hilly. I feel like our island is like very flat. This island is like very, very hilly, and it's got a lot of trees. But like the biomes look pretty similar. It's a very diverse island. We're definitely going to be doing something with this in the future. Okay, I found more clay. Back to work. Oh, we found one of these caves. Yes. I'm kind of annoyed we found one like this late into our clay gathering journey, but next thing, let's gather the netherrack. So we need like the same amount of netherrack. Okay, we need 24 stacks of netherrack as well. That'll be a lot easier. I also use this as an excuse to mine a tunnel to my nether fortress. Oh my god. Okay. Holy shit, that scared me. We're probably gonna die, but we can get our items back, so it's okay. Now we have a quick way of getting to the fortress. Hopefully we don't die again. Oh yeah, look at that. We're so close. Okay. Okay, and that should be everything. Yes, okay. Now, all that's left to do is to press this button. This button. Oh my god. Oh, it looks so much bigger now that it's been built. Look at that. That's crazy. We're so high. You can see the house over there. It's been compressed a little bit because of distant horizons. I'm just really admiring this view. Should we turn shaders on? Hold on. Yeah, look at this. Oh my god. It's very crazy that Minecraft can look like this. My original plan was just to build this big power plant thing, but then like it looked kind of empty, so I gave it a little friend. This, I don't even know what this is called, like a flare stack, I guess. This thing currently has no use. Although it's quite big, so I think eventually I'll put something in it. For now, it's just gonna sit there. So the purpose of this thing is we're gonna fill this thing up with lava. Basically, in the create mode, once a pool of lava gets big enough, it's counted as an infinite source of lava, and you can just extract as much as you want from it. Now, the amount of source blocks you need for that to occur is, I think, 10,000 blocks. And according to my calculations, this thing should be over 10,000 blocks. And why lava is so useful is essentially we can use lava to power blaze burners, and then we can use blaze burners to make steam engines, and that will generate us a ton of SU. Okay. Remember that thing I neglected in the last video? That's a steam engine. And the reason I didn't want to explain it then is because they're considerably more complicated than a windmill or a water wheel. Now, there are 3 components that go into your steam engines. 1, a source of heat, 2, water, and 3, well, your actual steam engine. Your heat source in this case are most likely going to be blaze burners. When filled up, they burn much hotter than something like a campfire. Your water can be broken up into 3 components. 1, a fluid tank to store your water. 2, a mechanical pump to pump your water into the fluid tank. And 3, some kind of infinite water source to extract the water from. Once you have these 2 things, and note your pump does have to be powered, you can put a steam engine on your fluid tank and it will start producing SU. Just a note, this summary was incredibly brief, and if you want to build your own steam engine, I would highly recommend you watch another tutorial on it because they're quite complicated. So once we fill this thing in with lava, it will essentially become a functional power plant, which is really cool. Okay, so first of all, we're going to cover this with a layer of cobblestone. So you might be thinking, how are we going to get that lava in? Well, if you remember this little thing from the last episode, what it allows us to do is essentially place things on a minecart like this. Now that's all well and good, but if you remember a specific detail about the cart assembler, it essentially allows us to pick up entire contraptions with a wrench, which I don't have, it's still in that item vault. I'm just going to make a new wrench. It essentially lets us pick up an entire contraption and have it in our inventory. My idea is we're going to build a minecart that has a massive fluid tank on it. And we're going to go to the nether and we're going to pump a ton of lava into it. And then we're going to go over there to our little power plant thing. And then we're going to dump all of that lava straight into the power plant. Thankfully, there is a thing in this mod called a hose pulley. And this, well, I'll let it speak for itself. Yeah, look at this. So it extends into the massive thing of fluids, and then you can just drain it out. And then alternatively, you can also fill things in. So this thing is perfect. We need to make a bunch of fluid tanks. Alright, so a lot of this video has just been a bunch of clips compiled together over music, so I thought I'd switch it up a little. While past me is gathering materials for our little lava operation, I thought I'd just speak a little bit on what I want to do with this world. So currently I'm thinking this island we have now, the main island, we're going to turn this into just like the production island. Like obviously we have the factory district and we have like a little starter district. I'm thinking we turn our starter area into like a farming district where we can just grow a bunch of crops. I just think it'll be really nice having all of like the production happen on one island, and when we eventually expand to different islands, I can set up like boat systems or train systems that will just automatically distribute materials to that island. I think it's nice if we just have everything practical be on this island, and then for other islands we can just work on like build projects and stuff like that. Okay, back to the video. Hopefully this puts me near a big lava lake. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. So we actually gotta set this up. I'll tell you what, we'll do this in the overworld first, because that will be easier. Okay, yeah, now it's connecting. I then had the dumbest thing happen to me. I mean, I'll just let the clip speak for itself. I think the ghast hit the contraption and that somehow crashed my game. Oh, but it was so much worse than that. Not only did this crash my game, it somehow soft-locked me from my world. To fix this problem, I literally had to go into the game files and change the location on my player. Okay. So that worked. But now the question is, if I go into the nether, is it gonna fuck it up again? Okay, well, this is fine. Okay, it seems to be once I load the fluid tank in, my game just completely crashes. The only way out of this was by completely resetting my nether. Okay, so we delete this. Hey, at least it's working. Oh boy. Okay, we're back and we got everything set up again. If I put this down? Okay, now it's working. Okay, thank God. Okay, so now it's pumping that into this. Okay, well, this is where it begins. Oh yeah. Okay, we are done. This was the last cart we needed to do. I actually already explained all of this, but I wasn't recording, so basically I was testing if it was infinite or not. I'm pretty sure it is, because when we pump lava out, I mean, we're pumping it right now we're pumping it back in because I don't want this to have lava in it. But if I just show you real quick, if I pump it out, so right now it's coming out, none of the source blocks are getting sucked up. So I'm pretty sure that's a pretty good sign that this thing is probably more than 10,000 source blocks. Lovely, okay. So now we gotta get rid of this mess. Really, it's quite beautiful if you think about it. Alright, so now it's time to make some steam engine. This is perfect as well because we could just use these fluid tanks for our blaze burners, or for our steam engines. Nice. And now we have 9 steam engines. Engineer's goggles. Okay, now we can see more things. Oh yeah, you can see how much stress things are using. So in Vanilla Create, you're actually unable to pump lava straight into blaze burners, but because of an addition I have, you can craft an item called a straw, and if you give a straw to a blaze burner, you can then pump lava straight in. How do I pump the lava out? It'll have to be through a hose pulley as well, I'm thinking. And this is all temporary. We'll make this look nice in a bit, but for now I just want to get something functional for this episode. And then we're just gonna dig a hole here, and then quickly get a bunch of lava and then plug that back in. So lava source block here, source block here. Source block here. It should be connected, so now my theory is if we put this here, no idea if this is gonna work or not. And I'm thinking like this and like this. Oh wait, no, this needs to be a vertical gearbox. Like that. Nice. Okay, it's pumping lava out. Water is not pumping in quick enough, I don't think. Okay, well we do have a few rotational speed controllers here, so we just gotta speed this up, right? That's all we gotta do. If we just attach this to here. Is that attached? Oh my god, wait, hold on, this is gonna be perfect. Put this here. We need a large cogwheel for, so we put that there, and then we can just straight up attach it to this. And then turn that up, crank that way up. If we give it a jump start over here, it might work. Yes! Yes! There we go. That's getting pumped with lava. This thing is producing 147,000 stress units. And I do believe this is considered an infinite source of lava because it's connected as well. Bottomless supply, yes, okay. So this is all working. This is completely working. This is never gonna die. I think the plan, what I want to do with this thing is I want to have, obviously it's like modular, right? So like I can just keep adding steam engines when I need more stress units. First of all, I'm going to block all of this off behind, like all of this stuff behind this can be blocked off, because then I don't have to make this look nice, because I don't think there's a way to make this look nice, and I don't have to make the giant pipe look nice. I'm just going to make it so like there's a little walkway in the middle here, like an arch that goes all the way down, and then along the left and right sides you're going to have a bunch of steam engines. Yeah, that's going to be basically unlimited stress units. Well, it is going to be unlimited stress units, but that is for another day, because this episode is already long enough. Alright, well, I hope you enjoyed. Bye-bye. Last episode, we started our factory district by building this crazy cobblestone generator. Then using the cobblestone it generated to build this massive power plant, which we then pumped full of lava and used that lava to power our steam engines, which produced us a ton of SU. This episode, we're putting all of those stress units to good use. But first, yeah, okay, so it turns out my microphone was not on for that entire 4-hour recording session. Like, I'm so obviously talking about something in this clip, but I have no idea. I just don't remember. Maybe this was a blessing in disguise though, because I don't think I explained what I was doing quite well anyway. Basically, the footage you're watching here is me gathering materials for this crazy ore factory I was making. Now, in the create mod, you're able to crush tuff and turn it into a bunch of different nuggets. And luckily for us, in our mod pack, there's a custom recipe for tuff, which just so happens to be water and cobblestone. Now, we have this crazy efficient cobblestone generator and not much use for it after our project finished. So this was kind of the perfect thing, because you do need a lot of cobblestone. So my plan here was to make this crazy machine and then filter out the nuggets, convert them to ingots, and put them in a storage unit. That's all well and good. The second thing is, a byproduct of crushing tuff is flint. You get a lot of flint. And flint, admittedly, is, you know, it's not the most useful thing, but it has one crucial, very, very important use. You can combine flint, gravel, and lava into andesite. And andesite might be the most useful thing in this mod. That's also great news for us, considering you can easily turn cobblestone into gravel, and we obviously have infinite lava from last episode. Now, I can then combine this andesite with the zinc ingots that I get from my factory, and combine the two into andesite alloy, which means this thing is also an andesite alloy factory, which means I probably don't have to go mining for andesite ever again. Now, this might all look quite confusing, but I promise I will explain after the montage. Alright, so I should probably just explain everything then. Now this part of the video might be slow and it will be a lot of talking because I have to explain all of this, and I apologize for that, but I gotta make up for the 4 hours of footage somehow. So starting from the beginning we have, oh gosh, this thing is so hard to navigate. Cobblestone is being extracted. I did not mean to pick this up. This can go back inside. Oh my god. Alright, so let me explain what's going on here. So, the cobblestone is being extracted out of two places. One is here, and the other one is right here. It's coming out of this funnel right here. That's kind of unclear. Anyway, the reason they're kind of far apart is because I built one, and then I realized it wasn't producing enough, so I made another one. This is just a product of me not planning ahead. I should have done this in a creative world first. So the cobblestone coming out of both of these brass funnels is immediately going into these basins right here, where I'm also pumping water from underneath through just a simple little infinite water source, and that's being squished. And once it gets squished, it's turning into tuff, as you can see there, that number going up. Now, that tuff is then being funneled into here, so you can see the other one coming through, and that tuff is getting fed straight into these big ass crushing wheels. Now, once they go through the crushing wheels, they come through here. This is kind of hard to read because everything is, I've tried to make it as compact as possible. But basically, it's going through there, it's coming through this belt right here, and it's coming through here. where it's then being, look, you can see it in action. It's then being sorted into these different basins here. Each nugget will be sort into its own respective basin. So here we have, this one's for gold, I think. This one, I think it may have just become an ingot. This one's for gold, this one's for electrum, this one's for copper, this one's for iron, and the last one's for zinc. And we have a redstone link here, and I'll explain what that's for later. And then of course, once those nuggets are crushed into ingots, they are just straight up funneled into this belt right here, and into this item vault right here. Okay, this is the interesting part. Here we have another anthracite funnel that's extracting more cobblestone out of this item vault. Oh, that wrench is gonna annoy me for the rest of eternity. The cobblestone coming out here is being fed straight into this millstone where it's being converted into gravel. And then the gravel's coming out here, it's coming up here, and it's going into this little basin right here. If you remember our little andesite recipe here, flint, gravel, lava. So we have we have gravel coming in from here, we have flint coming in from here, which is, yeah, you can see the item filter there. It's got a little flint on it. Basically, this is the same belt for all the nuggets, except obviously the flint doesn't go into these basins. It goes straight to the end where it gets picked up by this little funnel. That's the word I was looking for. That then funnels this into the basin, and the basin spits the andesite out here. And then the andesite and oh, there's a gold nugget. There shouldn't be a gold nugget in there. Why is there a gold nugget in there? Radio. Okay. Remember this redstone link here? Well, an interesting property to these brass funnels is that once they're powered with redstone, they will stop working. So if I actually just come over here, right now, this brass funnel is working fine. If I click it, it's going to refill it with more cobblestone. However, if I power it with redstone, pick this up, as you can see, nothing's going to come out because it's being powered. And if I break this, it's going to start producing cobblestone again. Anyway, that was a lot of effort to showcase a very simple concept. So that's basically what's being applied here. If I turn this on, then the zinc ingots will no longer go into this basin. They will instead go down the line straight into this. And once you combine zinc ingots and andesite in a basin, you get andesite alloy. Right now I have this lever here just temporarily. If I turn this on, as you can see, that will power this, and then the zinc ingots will stop going in here and they'll start going in there. And then the andesite alloy, once it's finished, will come out here, and it will go in here. And we already have quite a bit. Oh yeah, another thing to bring up is this is how I'm getting my stress units from over here to over there. And same with the lava. I'm just funneling it through here. And this will, I mean, obviously this will eventually be underground. Alright, anyway, now we're going to build a little factory casing around this thing, and then we're going to clean up the area, and we're going to make it look a little nicer, because right now it looks very, very ugly. Okay, so here I'm gathering a bunch of clay because I want to use bricks for my factory build. I just completely didn't mention this because I was too busy talking about the mod additions. Okay, that's convenient. So now I'm gonna use these copycat blocks because I kind of screwed up. See, I kind of screwed up over here. Yeah, this is great. I could just use these to cover them up. There's a... Yeah, I don't know if there's much we can do about that. And then over here as well, I had a problem where... I'll just show you. I put this down, not there, but here, and it was sticking to the contraption. So we're also going to use the layers here. It's fine, we're not going to be seeing this side of the factory often anyway. This is how we're getting rid of the tree debris. Alright, I think the interior is more or less done. I'm standing way over here because I don't want to hear the sounds of that thing. I should probably put like some lights on here. Anything with torches? Carpenter's workbench. Do I have a carpenter's table on me? I do. Oh, okay. Actually, we're gonna use lanterns. I've made that 3-block vertical like 4 times in a row. I would do so well in Parkour Civilization. Okay, so this part is like done for now. I have some belts here set up, but that's for later, and you will see why I have the setup later. Now we have another building that I want to build. We're gonna build our storage depot, or our storage system. I want to get this building done nice and early in the series because it's going to save us a lot of hassle if we can just dump all of our items in one place. Also, this thing is a lot bigger than I remember it being. What the f***? Okay, now we get into the fun part. So I have this mod called Modern Train Parts, and it basically adds these storage containments. I don't know what they're called. Hang on. Oh yeah, here. Okay, they're just called containers. And they're not too expensive. So we're gonna make some. They're actually really cheap. Wow, okay. Alright, let's see how these look. Oh yeah, I like that. I like that. Okay, so the only problem with these containers is that they do not have a big inventory. I believe 9 of these, so if I place one down, like this here is 1 chest's worth, which is not much at all. Thankfully, I have an idea to extend the storage. So first we're gonna make the storage terminal itself before we extend the storage, just so I can put all of my items I have lying around away. I actually think I do have an ender pearl somewhere. I remember killing an enderman. Yes! Yes, I do. Okay. Oh, there was quartz in there as well. Okay, and now we need a terminal. Okay, I need a piece of glowstone. Can I, and then, I know I can upgrade this to a crafting terminal as well. How do I do that? 4 diamonds. Oh, and that's, might be perfect. How many do I have? 5. Okay, so we slap this here, and then this on top of... Hang on. Okay, so apparently it has to be like this side. I guess... I don't know how that works. Okay. I'm gonna be so honest, I kind of don't like the way this building looks. It's okay, it's only the very important storage building that I'm probably gonna come to every episode. Right, so now... Oh, this is gonna be so great. We can put all of our stuff in here. This is my first time playing with a mod like this. I really should have been doing this before. Yeah, you see, like, look how much, like, it's already almost full. We're gonna have to upgrade this shit already. Now, my master plan for upgrading this is... I think this mod works as long as all the storage blocks are connected, so all of these blocks are connected, it will access everything. So my plan is just to come down here, and dig out a little 3x3 area down here, and then we're just gonna slap a regular storage vault down here, a regular create mod storage vault down here. To be fair, if I'm already using 300 slots, each vault is 1600, I should probably make 2 or 3 volts even. Alright, so I'm kind of an idiot. It says free, not used. The first number is free, and I also have like 200 extra storage slots now for some reason. I guess something maybe updated. But yeah, I thought the number at the front was like the amount we used, not the amount I had left. So on second thought, maybe we only need 1 volt. It's a light source? Okay, here, I have like 1 and like a 5th. And this gives me... Oh yeah, 2,600. That's gonna be plenty. And now we need to go get some more kelp. What? Why is it light? Okay, and that's all linked up. And now I think it's all... that should all be in here. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So the goal is to have a kind of like a switchboard over here. So soon when we build a whole bunch of factories and we have a bunch of little settings that we can tweak, we can just come here and switch things on and off. Also, additionally, I'm going to add the option to turn my farms on and off just completely because that will reduce lag. I think for the ore one, we're going to just keep on always because it's not the fastest at producing ores, and you know, ores are quite useful, so I kind of want that to be on every single time I'm around this area, this little farm here. But all the other farms, like if I make a farm for like kelp or like for some wood or whatever, I would like the option to turn that on and off because those farms will be a lot more efficient and they'll produce a lot more, and I don't want that clogging up my chests and taking up my frames. Before we end this episode off, there's one more thing I want to do, and that's just to play regular Minecraft for a bit. You see, I've been so preoccupied with the create mod these past few episodes. My tools are kind of falling behind, you know. I have to make a new iron pickaxe every like 4 minutes. So we're gonna go mining. So this ore right here, you use it to make the physics objects. And it's very cool because as soon as you start mining it, it'll turn into a physics object. Oh my god, that was so close. What the fuck? Okay, so this is all the stuff we got. Well, not in there. Yeah, in here. We got a good amount of redstone, and most importantly, we got a lot of wonderlight, which is going to be very useful for us next episode. Stay tuned for that. Exciting things are going to be happening. Anyway, obviously I ignored all the iron, gold, and zinc, and copper, and all of that because we have this thing. That's literally what this is for. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with everything that we've done this episode. I love how we can literally just dump everything in here. That makes my life so much easier. Okay, well, that's it for this episode. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. In the last episode, we built this crazy ore factory that produces us a ton of essential ores, and we got our storage system set up and running. In this episode, we're finally taking to the skies. This is a very exciting episode. This is a very, very exciting episode. Hopefully, by the end of this episode, we're gonna be somewhere up there, in a plane, if everything goes to plan. I hope everything goes to plan. I would really like to be up there in a plane. Now, there's a few things I want to address before we get into the episode. Firstly, planes, they don't just power themselves, okay? You need a source of stress units on the plane. You might be thinking, how are you going to do that? Are you going to put a steam engine on the plane? No, I absolutely am not. We're going to be powering the plane using electricity, which is going to be fun because I've never really messed around with the electricity elements of this mod pack. Now, I figured out this method of powering vehicles in a survival multiplayer server that I was playing on with a few friends. It's kind of a hard concept to explain on the spot, so I'm going to let future me do it to save myself from having an aneurysm. Okay. With the help of these two amazing add-ons, you are now able to seamlessly convert stress into electricity and vice versa. Electricity has two major advantages over SU. Firstly, it's very easily transportable, but most importantly, it can be accumulated, stored in a block, ready to be discharged for later use. Now at this point, you might be thinking it's pretty obvious what I'm gonna do. Power the planes using electricity by charging them beforehand. Well, you're right, but it's actually a little more complicated. See, the block that stores electricity, the accumulator, has one major caveat. It's not transportable. Once you place it down, that's it. It doesn't move. If you try to break it, it loses all of its charge. Thankfully, there's a feature in the Sophisticated Backpacks mod that lets you store electricity in your backpacks by installing this upgrade. You now essentially have a fully rechargeable battery, and although it's a lot more expensive to optimize, it gives you the amazing ability to have electricity on hand at the ready. Why is it doing that? It's like hella broken. Uh-oh. Ow, ouch. Oh my god. Imagine that's how I lose all my levels. Why is this? Oh, is it fixed? Hey, it's fixed. Okay. Okay, so to my understanding, I need an alternator. I need one of these things. Okay, wow. Oh my god, it's like a puzzle. How do I get this to this? I could do it like this. I don't really like the way that looks, but that's okay for now. Okay, what was the recipe? It was 6 sheets. Okay, 6. Andesite alloy. We need to roll some copper. We need to roll some iron. Okay. Sinking at the top. Copper, like that. Oh, that's how that works? Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Alternator. Alright. So now we have one of these. Now we need to connect up some wires. Okay, so you watch my little explanation crash course thingy, and you know we need some motors. But these motors require... Yeah, we need some overcharged diamonds. We get overcharged diamonds by... Oh, I'm so confused as to how this works. Okay, so we get these by energizing diamonds. Basic energizer. We can line this up here next to our... Okay, and then this... Okay, so this requires stress and it also requires energy. Okay, that's not too bad. Or I can go for this one. Okay, I'm gonna go for this one because it seems easier. Okay, and now I need some wire, I believe. Oh, that's not what I meant to... That is not what I meant to make. Why does it take so long to mine? Why did I place this down? That's not what I wanted. Oh my god, it's random. Okay, but now I can put this on here and then it'll always make, right? Now it's always gonna make copper wire. Okay. Okay, so now we gotta put one of these here, and then we gotta put one here, and then we gotta connect this up. Oh, look at that with this. And now it's charging. Oh, that's so cool. I'm just gonna... Oh my god, that... Wow, okay, that did a lot of damage. Alright, now I think we can just... Can we slap... Is it iron sheets? Let me just try it with iron sheets. Yeah, look. Oh my god. That's so cool. Wait. That's gonna make overcharged iron. Okay. Now it's iron. That's pretty cool. We don't actually need to upgrade this. We need this one right here, the strong motor. This is what's going to power our plane. And I'm pretty sure this thing only takes like 240 electricity per tick. And this copper wire transfers 1024, so we should be fine with just using the copper wire. Now, it would make more sense to just set up the backpack charger over here. That's kind of what this was for. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what to use this for then. This is purely decoration. Yeah, maybe right now this is gonna serve zero purpose. We are gonna need a lot of diamonds. So we're gonna need this thing called a stack upgrade, and I've done some trial and error, I've done some testing. We're gonna need to make one of these. And that is 72 diamonds. Currently we have about 6, I think. We're gonna go make an enchantment table, and we're gonna get Fortune 3 on our pickaxe. And then we're just gonna go strip mine. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna strip mine. Okay. Please be enough. Oh, please be enough. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Oh no. Okay, I put 9 lapis. Wait, is that even enough? Hang on. Yes. Okay, that's enough. So we're gonna enchant this as Unbreaking 3, and we're just gonna go until we get Fortune 3. This one better give me Fortune. If it doesn't, Efficiency 4. Okay, Fortune 3, Efficiency 4. I'll take that. I then went strip mining for like 40 minutes, but then I got really bored, so I switched to caving instead. Oh, also I had to mine with shaders because I don't have dynamic lighting, and otherwise I'd have to place a bunch of torches. You see that? That was techie as hell. Holy fuck. If I can get one more diamond vein. Oh my god, yes. Wait, is there another one? Yes! Oh, that's so lucky. That's probably what's gonna put us over the edge. I think we definitely have enough now. Oh my god, there's a skeleton waiting for me. So we came back with a stack and a half of diamonds. I was aiming for 2 stacks, but a stack and a half should be fine. Now let's see, what do I need? I need to upgrade my backpack first. So there's a gold backpack in here somewhere, I know. And then I know I need to upgrade this into the diamond one. Like that. Cool thing about this is that, okay, yeah, look at this. It's gonna have so much storage. Alright, and now we need to make some upgrade templates. Upgrade base. We need 4. One of them's gonna be the energy thing. Do I have to make it with... Okay, so I have to make it with auto crafters. Okay. Like this, and then like this, and then like this. Okay, nice. Okay. So now if I slap this in here, we now have a battery. This thing is basically a rechargeable battery. Now we need to get some stack upgrades, so this is where it gets expensive. One singular diamond upgrade. Okay, and now we have 17 left over, which 17 should be enough. If I put these in here, now we have, okay, 11 million FE. Perfect. Now we gotta make one of these motors. So we're gonna be making this reinforced motor, which we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 diamonds. Let's slap all 3 of these down here. So this will slowly overcharge those diamonds. I'm not sure how long this is gonna take. Oh, that was really quick. Okay. And now this should work, please. Yes! We have 2 reinforced motors. Oh, that is so exciting. So we technically have everything we need now, I think. But before I move on, I'm gonna make this area look a little nicer, because right now it's just kind of a bunch of things clumped here. How's it always raining? I don't understand. Now the thing is, we should, if we get a connector and we get some wire, some copper wire. Let's put it down here. And then we put this here like that. Oh my god, look at that! It's charging! Our battery is charging. And I'll just show you this for demonstration purposes. So the thing is with this motor, if we slap that down here. If we then take this bag and then slap it right here. There's a weird thing where I have to like take it out and then put it back in. Yes! Look at that! Look at that! It's sucking the power from this. So this is losing FE and then this is gaining FE. And this is a generator. This will just work. Oh, it's about to run out. Uh-oh. But it's technically... it's using up the electricity that's in here. And it's generating 8,000 stress units. Now that all of this is working, we're gonna set up a little runway. I say little. So this is probably gonna be the biggest thing we've built so far. This runway is gonna be so big, it's actually gonna require 2 schematics. I'm thinking we build the runway here, or like in this general area here. And it's gonna spit out like this way. Oh my god. I built this thing entirely out of stone and cobblestone though, so it should make getting the materials for this very easy. Oh, and for those of you saying, well, concrete's not made out of cobblestone, well, do I have something to show you? I can set the crushing wheels up over here as well, I think. Okay, so this has to be in line right here with this. So that should be perfect. I switched map mods, by the way, again, because the other one was kind of acting up. My plan is as soon as we clear this and then this, we're going to build the plane, probably here, and we're going to send off the runway and we're going to fly. Alright, this is fully functional now, that's great. God, and then like this. Look, I literally already had a cog there. That was foreshadowing at its finest. Yeah. Oh, wow. And then now we have a Wonderlight wand. And now we have everything. We have what we need to make the physics objects, and we have what we need to build the plane. Alright. It's the moment of truth. Let's do it. So now everything is hooked up. You can see if I'm pressing WASD right now and you can see the different link controllers lighting up. I think all that's left to do now is to give this thing some power. Okay. I'm actually like, I've never made a plane in survival, so okay, so now it's pulling energy. So okay, it's moving. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Let's go. Oh my god. We're flying in survival Minecraft. That's so cool. hit anything. Alright, now let's do something more interesting. We're gonna go fly around a little archipelago a little bit, and we're gonna go explore some islands. I'm gonna see if I can actually land the plane on this island here, because it's kind of flat. It's just slowly floating down. This should be fine. We should be able to take back off. Okay, and turn this off. So now it should no longer be pulling any power. Yep. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that area over there, like this kind of area up here, that really intrigues me. I think we're gonna go there next. Okay, let's go back to the plane. While I'm at it, I might just go ahead and, hold on, disassemble this, and we're gonna add an extra 2 sails onto it, just so it goes a little quicker. What is that? Is that terracotta, or is that... I think it is terracotta. Wow, look at this. There's so much ice. I want to see what this is. Is this like a snowy island, or is this something else? Is this snow or like calcite? I don't think it's snow. I think it's like calcite. Either way, this is really, really cool generation. This white mountain. It's like a salt cliff. This is really cool. Flying above these warm oceans. It kind of reminds me of like city lights. And look, you can see my massive thing in the background there. Oh, look at that. There's like a massive pond in the middle of... I guess our island kind of has that as well. This one's kind of cooler though. It's like in the middle of like a bunch of hills. Is that the factory there? Oh, I think that's it. That's gotta be it. There's nothing else that's like shaped like that, right? Like, what is this generation? Does it actually look like that, or is it just like, is it Distant Horizons being weird? No, it is, I think it is just Distant Horizons being weird. Okay, now let's loop around and find a nice way to land. I just think generally seeing the world from above like this when you have a mod like Distant Horizons is so cool. Oh, this is the most sketchy landing ever. And I'm gonna get this plane off the main runway onto the little side area. You can just chill here for now. That's fine. That's okay. Alright. Okay. I would call this a success. That was very, very exciting. You can see like the little areas we uncovered. I didn't spend that much time in each area, so I didn't really give a chance for the chunks to load. Anyway, either way, this was incredibly fun. I've never built a plane in survival, so just getting to fly around in that thing in general was just really fun. Now, right now we have this massive runway that looks incredibly out of place, but in the future I'm sure we're going to be building some hangars and like maybe even like a whole airport over here or like over there as we progress through the series. I mean, it is the runway on our main island, so every single time, you know, we want to fly a plane in or do something like that, it's got to come through here. So I'm sure in the future we're going to be using this thing quite a lot. Alright, well that's everything from me this episode, so thanks for watching, bye bye! In the last episode, we built this working plane using electricity. It was a great episode. But now, we really need to get some better tools. In fact, we just need to progress through the game, like, just in general. I've really been putting, like, standard Minecraft progression to the side. I mean, we've built this massive power plant and, like, this crazy runway and a working plane before we even have like diamond armor and like proper enchants. This episode, we're gonna take a step back from all of the create mod shenanigans and we're just gonna progress through the game normally. I mean, we're gonna do some modded stuff, but like, so I'm gonna be splitting this episode up into 3 chapters. With that being said though, firstly, I kind of want to store all of my XP somewhere, just because what we're going to be doing in this episode is like kind of a little dangerous, you know, it's kind of a little scary source. And I wouldn't be surprised if we died, like, a few times. Dying is all well and good, it's whatever, but I really don't want to lose my 40 levels that I've accumulated throughout the past few episodes. So before we get into chapter 1, I'm gonna build a little XP storage tank first. This shouldn't take too long. We need... this is what we need. Disenchanter. Okay, so we need some sandpaper. Put this here. Like that. That's probably fine. Then let's just do like this. Let me just like cover some of this up so it's less snaky. Okay. Okay, so that should be like this complete. If I stand on here and rotate this, yeah, I mean it's pumping the experience in there. All right. Damn, it is going quite slowly. Do we perhaps need a hand crank instead of? I mean, this looks cool and all, but I don't think this actually does what we want it to do. Hold on. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Holy. Okay. Wow. The valve handle was not the move. Now we have quite a bit of liquid experience in here. This is 40 levels, which is only 3 buckets, which is very good. Because it means we're going to be able to store a lot of liquid in here. Now let's go get on with the actual video. Question is, are there even any villagers left in this village? We might have to go to another village. Just gonna take literally like all of the wheat we can. I believe this village should still have some villagers. Oh, well, I see one. Oh, I see multiple. Okay, I see a bunch of farmers over here. Oh. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, although this does kind of work. So we have villager number 1, villager number 2, and then villager number 3 fell into this hole. So this should be fine. They can just stay there for now. I have future plans for some kind of villager trading hall, so I'm not going to build one just yet. For now, we're just going to use them to get their enchants. Oh, he's unemployed now. Okay. So I have this mod that lets you... Hold on, let me block this off so my villagers don't die from like a zombie falling down. Alright, I do have this mod that lets me retrain them until I get a good trade, which is going to make my life a lot easier. $38? I'm getting scammed. Okay, I think we can leave this guy for now. Let's focus on our other villagers. So a bookshelf trade will be nice, but we also need either protection 3 or mending. So, did I say protection? I meant unbreaking. No, there we go, mending. For 10? I don't have... Oh my god, I don't have... Oh my god, we're gonna lose the mending. No way, no way. Hold up, I need to get unbreaking 3 and a bookshelf on this guy real quick. Unbreaking 3! Wait. Okay, trade with this guy. Oh my god, are you still mending? You are still mending. Give me mending. Okie dokie. We have 2 mending books now. I would like to get a few more before we leave. And we got unbreaking 3 as well. Okay, this was a lot quicker than I thought. 51. Oh, that's a crazy rate. We only got 19 emeralds. How much was our unbreaking 3? It was 36. Okay, so we don't have enough for that yet. We need to go get some more wheat. I literally I made this farm in the first episode, but I just never filled the seeds in. Alright, hopefully the wheat trade has decreased back to 20 or whatever it was originally. Hang on, I've just had a thought that occurred to me. Wait. Can we just Can we just do... Wait, hold on. Okay. I think we can just... Wait. So I realized here you can use a printer to duplicate books. That means I only really need one of each enchant. 64! What? So I kind of gave up on the wheat trade and tried to use melons instead. Okay, 27. That's one more than we need. We're gonna get this book and then I'm gonna test my theory. Alright, so I think if we make this thing called a printer, so if we go like this, and then like this, put this here. Okay. Now, the question is how much? That's it? 97 millibuckets? Oh my god, okay. Right, okay, so villages are pointless. Is what I'm getting from this. As long as we keep one original copy of each enchantment book, we should be able to just duplicate them. I don't want to make all 6 unbreaking. Hold on. So if I do this and then I turn this, is this just gonna work? Oh my god, it so does. And now I have 2 unbreaking 3 books. Let's get an anvil going. Do unbreaking 3 first. And then mending. And now we finally have... Oh, we finally have mending. What I might do real quick is I might actually just shower myself with a bit of experience. Just to mend this pickaxe a little bit. Just enough to like where I don't accidentally break it. So 320 is plenty. While I'm here, let me also just get unbreaking and mending on my diamond sword. Okay, nice. I mean, that's all I really have to upgrade because I don't really have diamond gear. I have 9 diamonds. And now what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to go into the nether and I'm going to go mine some quartz. Because 1, I want to mend this pickaxe. And 2, I'm going to need a lot of rose quartz for the next chapter. Okay, this is plenty. Oh, also, another thing is, you guys were telling me about how I can toggle autocrafters on and off with buttons. Is that true? Oh, so if I power it with redstone, it'll go. Right, so now if I get a crafting recipe, so like I'm like completely blanking, let's make a chest. Like this, that doesn't take up the entire crafter and I hit the button, it'll still craft it. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, let's get some rose quartz going. And I think we can automate this with a deployer. Yeah. So essentially what this does is it places blocks in front of the drills. So that way, if this thing mines into a cave or if it mines into lava, it will place the blocks in front of the drills and it will clear the lava and clear the water or like build a bridge over the cave or whatever. Right, okay, so this one will place the powered rails and this one will place the redstone torches. If we just like do this, let me stock it up with some cobbled deep slate and let's pick this up. We're just gonna start by digging out a pretty big area. Don't quite remember how long our tunnel bore is, so we'll make it longer than I think it needs to be. Okay, that's definitely long enough. That going, and let's place this down. Yeah, there we go, and it's off. So I seem to have lost my pickaxe. My theory is that I gave it to one of these deployers. Oh, it's in here. Okay, I don't know why it's in. Alright, we are back. We got a pretty good amount of diamonds and like a bajillion redstone. Anyway, we should at least be set for quite a bit. Let's drain all of my XP into our tank as well. We're gonna need 4 mending. And let me just put 1 away. Unbreaking. We'll do the unbreaking 3 books first because they'll be more expensive. No protection, but that's fine for now. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to make some of these upgrade bases. 2 should be fine. And then I want to make 2 upgrades. First, I want to make this tool swapper here. Okay. And then the next upgrade I want to make is feeding upgrade. Okay, that's actually more expensive than I thought it would be. The ender pearl here is what's difficult. We will have ender pearls very soon though, so maybe we just put a pin in this for now and we start the next chapter. I do want to use this advanced tool swapper. Okay, so now, oh, this is gonna be so useful. Oh, this is so good. This is so nice because it only uses 1 inventory slot. Okay, and then we'll do the auto feeder in a bit, in a not too long. I'm gonna go to the nether now. Anyway, like this is the end of the segment. This is the end of the Oh, hello. Yes, join them. Join them. Everyone wants in. Yes, 15. Okay. Oh, we got even more. Look at that. Oh my god, there's so many. Oh my god, there's so many wither skeletons. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Mine straight into it. Now, this might actually shock you what I'm about to do. I know, like, the entire point of armor is that it's supposed to protect you and all of that, but, like, I really don't want to lose my newly enchanted diamond armor, so we're gonna just dump all of that here. Alright, let's go. Okay, well that was quick. Alright, that was the last one. What? Oh, fuck off. Yippee! Before I do anything though, I'm gonna take my 63 levels and I'm dumping them back into the XP tank. Right, so this should put me at spawn. Yeah. Damn, spawn is like right here. I am pumping all of this XP straight into the tank. Let me get a bunch of blocks and then we're gonna go loot some end cities. There's a few things I want to get from the end cities before I leave. Obviously elytra, but not for the reason you might think. And then I also want to stock up on a bunch of shulker shells as well. Now, right now seems to be a pretty good time to bring up that I've kind of been following a set of unwritten rules. Basically, before this series started, I decided, like, to make things more interesting, 1, I wasn't going to use nether travel, and 2, I'm not going to use elytra. Or more specifically, I'm not going to use rockets with my elytra. Now, I decided that regular elytra is fine. It's not actually that overpowered if you don't use rockets. Nether travel as a whole, though, is just banned. And that's just because I want to focus more on, like, setting up transport and all that stuff. I feel like if I was able to just fast travel through the nether or just, like, fly around really easily with elytra, it would kind of ruin some of the fun of this playthrough. Elytra, however, is used for something else, which is going to be very useful. Elytra is used to make a jetpack. Alright. I need to save my my ender pearls. I'm already out of cobblestone. How is this possible? Okay, elytra for the first time in this series. Although we can't use rockets, this will still probably help us a lot getting around the end. Elytra 2. Okay, that's 3. That should be enough, honestly. And perfect. I don't think I've ever done that in Minecraft in my life. I always just put everything in an ender chest and then just jump into the void. Okay. 15 and 13. Okay. Right, now let's make our jetpack. This is exciting. We also need a copper back tank. Can I just craft one of those? I can. Okay. And then I just need to press this. And it should. Oh yeah! Oh yeah. Now it's charging up. Shouldn't take too long. Should give us a... Oh yeah, like that. Okay. Then we pick this up. And now it's fully charged. Let's put this on. So it takes up the chest plate slot. But... Oh, baby. Now we have flight. We finally have flight. Look, I can like fly down into the lava. This is... Actually, no, this is a horrible idea. This is very cool, but obviously we have to use it kind of sparingly because if you see in the top left, I'm already down quite a bit of charge. Alright, well, that's technically all I have planned for this episode, but there's a few more little things that I want to do, so look, I can finally clear all the floating tree debris that was left. There's nothing in the sky, finally. I then closed out this session by flattening some more land, continuing our path, and building some nice lamps. Alright, I think that's about a wrap. I mean, we didn't make much progress on the infrastructure this episode, but we made massive progress on all of our gear. Having this jetpack is going to be so useful for later projects. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed. Bye bye! Welcome to a very, very festive episode. I'm usually quite busy at this time of year, but I thought I'd make time for a Christmas special. Plan is for this episode, I'm gonna find somewhere on our island to turn into like a little winter area with a little Christmas cabin and a Christmas tree and all of that good stuff. Now, currently, right now, I'm gravitating to like this kind of area here. I think it could be nice if we like make a little clearing in this forest and then build it there. I mean, yeah, let's waste no time. I'm just gonna go check it out. Like what about like right here? I think this could work, yeah? I'm thinking if we just dig out this area, kind of flatten it out a bit. You see, I feel like something like even this size is probably big enough. We're kind of going for a cozy vibe, so... Alright, I'm thinking Christmas house here. And perfect. Okay, that's the cabin finished. This area is looking a bit too green for a Christmassy winter vibe, so we're gonna get some snow. I don't actually have any snow on this island, so I think we're gonna have to import some from over here. Ideally, I think if we can just get a snow golem over here, that would make my life very easy. Another thing is, I don't know if we have pumpkins. Yeah, we don't. We have pumpkin seeds, but no pumpkins. Hopefully we find some pumpkins overseas as well. If not, we might have to grow our own. But that's not the end of the world, so I'm not fussed. Oh my god, that scared the hell out of me. Back we go. I guess we wait for a pumpkin to sprout. While I'm waiting for that, let's get on with some other things. So I want to make a Christmas tree, but the crazy thing is, remember this mod over here that adds the electricity and has all the wires and stuff? We use that to make the plane. You can actually make festive lights, and these are basically just wires, but they have little Christmas light bulbs on them. And obviously, I thought this would be great for a Christmas tree. Some slime. We need redstone, copper spool, and we need biomass. How do I make biomass? Plant oil sticks. Okay, so I need some kind of plant and I need some kind of oil. How do I make seed oil? I crush seeds. Let's just dump all of these seeds in there. Nice, okay. So I can scoop this up. Plant oil bucket. So I just shove this in here and then I throw in some sticks. Let's throw in a stack. And this should turn into biomass, I think. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, well that was very easy. I'm not gonna lie, like all of the oil and stuff kind of scares me. I've never really played around with it, so when I saw it used oil, I was kind of scared, but that was very straightforward. Let's just see what these look like. Oh yeah, look at that. That looks great. Another thing I want to do as well is I want to make little light bulbs hanging off our tree. And the way we're going to do that is by using these copycat bites. So what I can do with these is I can place them down like just hanging off the leaves like this. And then I can turn this into like a block of redstone or whatever. And it'll look like a little bulb. And it's fun-sized. Fun-sized glowstone. That does mean we're gonna have to go get some glowstone though, so we're gonna have to go into the nether, which should be fine now that we have a jetpack. Speaking of which, I'm gonna go recharge this real quick. Oh, look at that, there's a strider on a strider. Now, where do I put my Christmas tree? How about right here? Problem is they don't really hang. Yeah, I don't know, it looks a little goofy. Maybe the little bulbs will save it. Let's make some of these, and let's make some of these. And then I'm just keep the normal glowstone as well, because the normal glowstone looks quite nice. I'm out of glowstone. There's no way. Oh my god, that was, holy crap, that was so close. I cannot be doing that. I think that's everything. I actually have to replace these snow blocks, or these snow layers with snow blocks. Okay, now I'm like basically done. Now, let's crack on with the last thing I want to do. First, I need to go recharge my jetpack. Alright, so for the first time this series, we're gonna be cooking. We're gonna be celebrating our Christmas with food. First thing I want to make is this roast chicken thing. Right here, this. So we're gonna need all of this good stuff. Then I want to make some hot chocolate, because I found out that there's hot chocolate in my mod pack, and now I really want to make some. Doesn't seem too expensive either, like it seems pretty cheap. And then finally, I think we're gonna make a little apple pie. So this should be fun. So I think we're gonna collect all the materials, or I guess all the ingredients we need for our 3 food items. And then we're gonna go over there to the little Christmas cabin, and we're gonna make it over there, because that's more fun. Also gonna make a stove, 2 stoves, a skillet, cooking pot. What are we missing? A shovel. Okay. We also need a cutting board. So this is all the stuff we need to cook. Now let's get the ingredients. I need 3 apples. I got 3 apples on me, 2 sugar and 1 pie crust. So we might have to go get some more sugar cane. Unless, like, can I crush sugar cane for... Oh, I can! I love the create mod. This should give me like 2, 3 sugars. 3, perfect. You can see the little smoke trail. Alright, let's make a little cooking setup here. Put the skillet on top of that, and the cooking pot on top of this. Okay. I don't actually think we need the chopping board, but it's there for aesthetic purposes. So first we need to cook our potatoes. So let's slap those on the skillet. We're also gonna need to cook our chicken as well. Slap the raw chicken on there. Okay, there we go. Roast chicken. Perfect. Next, let's do the apple pie. So here, pie crust, apple pie. And finally, the hot chocolate is gonna require milk, sugar, 2 cocoa beans. Hot chocolate or hot cocoa. That's absolutely adorable. And next, the coolest thing about this is we come over here. We can place this down. We can place this down. Oh, this is so perfect. Also, this is pretty cool. Check this out. This is a little working present I made. Oh, it's so cool. What's in the present, you might be asking? You'll find out next year. Christmas 2025. Now it's getting dark and I'm conveniently very hungry. So I think it's about time to enjoy some of the food we made. This seems like it's about dinner time. Let's start with the roast chicken. Oh yeah. What? Wait! I'm not even gonna be able to eat the other foods. Okay, well, I guess the apple pie has to remain uneaten because I'm incredibly stuffed. I can drink my hot chocolate though. Ah, that was nice. Anyway, well, I hope you enjoyed this very short episode. I am quite busy over the next 3 weeks, so don't expect an upload. If you do, you might be disappointed. But I do have some very good ideas for the next few episodes, so stay tuned for that. I hope everyone has a very Merry Christmas. Bye bye! This is my Create Survival world. And in the past 6 episodes, we've done some pretty crazy things. This time, we're going to be doing something a little more unusual and build an entire seaside town. So I'm thinking this area right here could be quite nice. I think I'm just going to map out what I want the area to look like and where the houses are going to go and all of that. This place is quite good as well because it's really close to the factory district, so everything's going to be very close and neat. My first objective for this town was to build some residential housing. That's what you're seeing me plan here, with these green boxes. I think this looks about right for now, but before we build any houses or any shops or anything like that, we have to get a ton of bricks. And I could go back to the lush cave and mine a bunch of clay, but instead I'm gonna automate bricks. Now let's see, how do we do this? So we need clay, which is made from crushing gravel, or... Okay, so it's made by bulk washing sand, which is perfect because sand is made from gravel, and gravel is made from cobblestone, and we have a bunch of cobblestone. So we're gonna make the path come down to like here, and then we can build a little brick factory here, just off the side of our little ore factory here. Because, and oh, I hate this sound so much, I can probably just put another funnel coming out of this vault, which is producing us a bunch of cobblestone, and then that can feed straight into here. Alright, well, let's design the factory. Wait, this is already spinning. Please spin the right way. Yes! And this is working, this catalyst. The texture's just wrong. I literally can't even hear myself think. Okay, so this thing should work. What's gonna happen is the cobblestone's gonna come out of this through... Oh, okay. Take two. So what's gonna happen is the cobblestone's gonna come out of this funnel through this vault. It's gonna go through these crushing wheels. Then the gravel is gonna go back in here. And it's gonna come out here, and it's gonna go back around. And then it's gonna go back through the crushing wheels, and then become sand. The sand is then gonna go past this funnel here, because it has a filter with gravel. So the sand is going to come past, it's going to go through here, where it's going to get washed by this encased fan with this little catalyst here. It is then going to become clay, or, well, some of it's going to become clay. It's a 25% chance, I believe. It's then going to go into this vault and come out this side here, where it'll meet this lava catalyst, which is in front of another encased fan. Is this going to spin the right way? No, that is not spinning the right way. Oh my god. Oh, I'm stuck. Anyway, that's then gonna come in here, which... Hang on, this isn't gonna work. Alright, now it will work. Okay, so now I have bricks on this funnel, which means the clay is gonna come out of this vault here. It's gonna sit on this conveyor belt right here until it becomes bricks from the catalyst, or from the encased fan. And then the brick's gonna come in here, and once there's enough in there, it will be compacted into brick blocks. Ugh! So in not too long from now, we should see some sand coming through. Wait, hold up. Yeah, perfect. Okay. There we go. Okay. Gravel. Gravel. Is gravel a byproduct? Crushing gravel gives flint and clay. I just gotta dispose of the flint and clay, which seems counterintuitive because I actually need clay, but I don't want that clogging up my system. Okay, this is a very simple solution. See, initially I was just gonna put lava down here and burn everything, but I'm thinking we can probably connect this thing up with this belt here. So then the clay and the flint goes into our storage system. Because here on the Tids channel, we don't waste resources. There might come a day where I need a ton of flint or a ton of clay, and I will be thanking my past self that I did this. Item vault here, brass funnel coming out. Nice. So this is all functional, and as an added bonus, we're now also producing flint and clay. That was some great timing. Wow. Let's just start with building some houses. Alright, house one done. Can you tell it's basically the same house? Nah, it's fine. It'll be right. It'll be fine. Yo, we have our first town resident. Anyway, now that we have a place for people to live, ignore that it's completely empty, they're gonna need some activities to do. So how about we start with a shop? For this, we're gonna bust out the old schematic cannon again. So we want shop seaside town. And this build, I'm gonna say isn't too big, but I'm starting to second guess that. Okay, shops are done. Kind of. So I'm actually gonna leave the interior blank because I want you guys, yes, you watching, to be a part of this world. I want to leave this little plaza that I built blank for this episode. And I want you guys to comment below ideas for shops or restaurants or cafes or anything that you'd like to see built in here. So currently we have 1, 2, 3 slots on the bottom floor and 1, 2, 3, 4 slots on the top floor. I'll fill that in later. I ran out of time. I think this is a nice way to have you guys in my world in some way or another. I'll pick out my favorite ideas sometime in the near future and I'll make a whole episode dedicated on building those shops. Oh, also while I'm on this topic, if you don't have any ideas for shops or cafes, I also need a name for this town. So if anyone has an idea for that, that would be great. For the village monument or attraction, I think we're gonna go with a little clock tower because everything in my village kind of looks, you know, old. It's not exactly the most modern build and I think a clock tower would fit perfectly into that kind of old-fashioned vibe. First, I am out of food though, so let's go get some bread. I also really need to make a better food farm. I've been using bread for the past like 6 episodes and bread's not the best food source. That might be a problem for next episode though. Which while I'm on that topic, I'm really scared this episode's gonna end up being like 10 minutes long. Just because so much of it has been building. Okay, clock tower. Now, I generally like to plan all of my builds in a creative world before I put them in survival. And there are 2 main reasons for that. Number 1, it saves a lot of time. I think it's a lot easier to build in creative mode and it's a lot easier to create something that I like. And number 2, I like the way the schematic cannon looks on replay mod time lapses. I think it's just a lot more organized than going in and building it myself because, you know, it kind of stacks it up in layers and it looks nice and tidy. That does mean, especially after this episode, I've accumulated a lot of schematics. And since some of you have been asking for schematics of my build, I decided to put them on Patreon. So for those who are interested, it's $3 a month and you can have all the schematics that I've used for my Create Survival world. Anyway, on to more important matters. The cool thing about massive clock towers in the Create mod is that you can make them functional. There's an item called the Clockwork Bearing, which basically allows you to create massive clocks. Alright, so we're gonna need 4 clockwork bearings, 1 for each face. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're gonna need a way to power this, so I think we're gonna go with water wheels. Alright, I'm just gonna come in on the inside here. We're gonna go with this, this, and this. I do need to go get some shafts and some gearboxes. I did forget that. Let's get some water wheels going. Looks like 1 will be enough. So I believe it's our hand first and then second hand. Yeah, look at that. Oh my god, that's so cool. Let me just see what it looks like with spruce instead. I kind of like that it's more thin. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna use a mix of both. That seems like a pretty good middle ground. And that's all 4 sides complete. That is so cool. It's looking a bit plain and boring, so I'm gonna build some little trees. Alright, and let's get some street lamps going. We gotta build a town that's safe to walk around at night. Next, I want to build a train station, but I'm kind of struggling over where I'm going to put it. Initially, I was going to put it here, but like it's kind of on a slope here, and then also like I have the problem of the train track cutting through that. Alternatively, I could put it here, maybe? Alright. Okay, I'm thinking maybe train station here, and then maybe a park here. I think I'm gonna take a break from terraforming for a second just to lay out the train tracks here. Just because if I lay them out like up to about here, then I'll know how much I need to terraform. Also, oh my god, on a side note, I completely forgot about this. I put 2 little cuckoo clocks on this train station here, and we gotta power those as well. In fact, I can probably do that right now. All I need to do is to make a vertical gearbox and then connect these 2 up. Like that, and then I just need to have a water wheel here, make a simple little water setup here. Perfect. Anyway, but for the first time ever, let's go make some rails. So we're just going to use these standard train tracks, which require a stone slab of some kind, and then 2 iron nuggets, and a presser, or a mechanical press. Usually you would do this with some kind of assembly line, but because we don't need that many rails, I think we're just going to do it manually. And then we also need a way to get from this side of the platform to this side of the platform. For that, I think I'm going to use these catwalk stairs. That's fun. I want to make little boom gates for where my roads cross the tracks, and I think there's something in Steam and Rails that kind of resembles a boom gate. They're called like semaphores. Look, we can already make some. 4 should be fine, and then we also need some, I think it's these. Perfect. I'm glad they're quite generous about the amount they give you. I then made some more rails, and yes, I did learn my lesson and make an assembly line this time. So, okay, we're gonna take these tracks and we're gonna take these signals and we're gonna make some boom gates. Oh, you know what, I just realized we have 2 roads, so we're gonna need 8 of them. Like this, not like that, like this. Or yeah, that's fine. I would rather them be, hold up. Yeah, like that. Okay. So what should happen is, once we get our trains going, if they enter this little green area here, these gates should close. And then we're gonna do that again over here, on this road. Okay, now that that's done, I think the only thing left to do is a bit of terraforming on this side here. And then I gotta do the beach and I gotta fix this thing up. But that should be about it. So let's get on with that and then everything should be finished. Okay, let me give you the final tour. So starting from this little railway crossing here, in due time this road will go to more places. Right now it kind of stops here and the railway also kind of stops there. But I have plans for the future, for the near future probably, for little working cars. So hopefully in not too long from now we'll be able to drive on these roads. Anyway, so coming down this road here, you first get a little glimpse of the park and then you turn this corner here onto the main little promenade. Holy f***. So we turn this corner, we turn this little corner here and we get to this nice little promenade area where you can walk down. We have some little civilian houses here. They're kind of empty right now. I'm thinking we'll eventually put our villagers in these houses, so we won't build like a massive trading hall or like a villager dungeon or something like that. We'll just keep them here and then we can decorate each house with their personalities and all sorts of fun stuff. And walking down here we got a nice little ocean view, we got a nice little beach. We'll get to the beach in a bit. If you then cross the road, which I don't know why I'm looking, there are no cars. We have a little plaza, a little shop, which is also right now empty. I'm very excited to hear your ideas. Cool thing about this plaza is that it actually has 3 doors, so you can come in from 3 sides. Anyway, if you then come out over here, we have this little area here. I guess this is a little chill area. We got a little clock tower that's kind of important. It's like the monument of the town. And then we got like these little weird housing buildings that you can't get to. And I forgot the texture. Over here we got some public benches and we got a nice little tree and just a nice little area that you can chill in. This is like where the kids play, I guess. I don't fucking know. In here we have the train station, which has some seating. This is actually the only building in this entire town right now that is furnished. Anyway, we got some nice little floor patterns. We got some little seats, so you can sit here when you're waiting for your train. The train that will never come. If you step out here, you get onto the platform, which has this little stairway thing, so you can cross without getting hit by the train. That is non-existent right now. Oh! That never gets old. I don't actually think I have a bed around here, so I'm gonna have to make a quick trip to the village. If you then keep going further down, you get to the nice little park. In this park we have a bunch of trees, a bunch of grass. We have a little pond here with some rocks and some seagrass and some sea pickles. We have a little bench here. And then we have like a tree. Oh my god, I'm so bad. This tree is like the wise old tree, you know. I don't know, it's got some kind of lore relevance. Okay, if you keep walking, this path will eventually loop back to this area here, which is the kind of entrance of the town. It's where the road turns in. Over here we have the beach. Then we can come down, we can chill. It's a very steep beach. I really do not recommend you go play in the water. And finally, we make our way over to here. We have some palm trees and we have a little dock. Now originally I wasn't even going to include a dock, but then I thought, like, you know, we're building a port town, so I might as well seize the opportunity to build a port. This will be useful for the ships we have in the future. We can just kind of dock them here because we currently don't really have a nice place to put them anyway. And then the train will also obviously eventually run from here to here. And also this area here I've kind of kept like grassless and pretty flat in case I want to expand. I have no plans of expanding the town right now, but it's quite small and It was pretty fun building it, so I might come back to this one day. Anyway, this episode was mainly just building, so I kind of have no idea how it's going to turn out or how long it's going to be. I hope it's not like 5 minutes long. But either way, thank you for watching to the end. Bye bye. Are you broke? Do you have no friends? Are you depressed? Hey, that does sound like me. I wish you could be rich, like me. Well, what if I told you you can be? Our nation's top researchers have been experimenting and have recently discovered a way to turn all of your spare wood into diamonds. Huh, that guy looks a lot like me. So the diamond assembly line goes something like this. We need to farm trees to get charcoal, then using the charcoal we can make coal. We can then compress the coal to make coal blocks, which we can then superheat to make diamond shards, which we can then compress into diamonds. Quite a long process, so it's going to be a pretty technical episode today. But that does mean first thing on the agenda is to make a tree farm, because we're effectively going to be making diamonds out of wood. And honestly, this may be a blessing in disguise, because I've been putting off making a tree farm for a long time. I'm thinking we build the tree farm somewhere around here, and I want to go for more of a unique design. The first thing before all of that though, we're going to need to flatten this area out. Okay, so the design I've gone for is going to require a lot of copper. Now, I don't think we're going to have enough in our storage systems. It shouldn't be that big of a problem though, because copper is pretty abundant. Let me just see how much we can make if we use all of our copper. Okay, about 2 stacks. Yeah, we're going to have to do a lot of mining. I also need to wax my copper, so we're going to need some honeycombs, which I'm actually not that sure how to obtain. Yeah, so it turns out I've never actually touched Minecraft bees in my life.
How to shear honeycombs and the crafting recipes and uses of honeycombs.
So I couldn't find a nest on the island, which means we're gonna have to just manually do it. Okay, so I believe it's a 1 in 20 chance. And we're out of bone meal. Okay. Is this even possible? I'm starting to have my doubts. Oh, holy fuck. Okay. Yes. Pollinate. Please. Okay, that's 1 or 3. So now we gotta wait for them to do that again. So what I can do with this actually is I can make it into a honeycomb block, and then I can use this honeycomb block on a deployer to wax copper. And the good thing about this is that it doesn't consume the block. So I can do this as many times as I want, which means I don't have to set up a crazy bee farm or anything. I also got like a little board waiting for the bees, so I made a little pond. Look, okay, I didn't have that much to work with. You gotta cut me some slack. Yes! I believe all I need to do is give this to that and then put this down. Okay, so if we just do some quick calculations. 55 stacks, 56 stacks. Ah, yes, this old cave. It's been a hot minute since I've last been here. Now, I think this should give me like quite a bit. Oh yeah, wow, okay, this is gonna take no time at all. That's like 4,000 copper right there. This thing is so unlike something I would usually build. I call it the greenhouse. And here's the thing, while I'm at it, I figured I might as well just farm every single type of wood. I guess maybe every type of wood is a stretch because I have a few mods in here that add different wood types, but I think I'm going to farm at least all the vanilla trees. And I'll run you through how I want to set this up. So my vision looks something like this, right? On the top floor, the ground floor, we're going to have... How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 9 little sections. And we're going to have mini tree farms on each of these blocks. So I'm thinking like, for example, spruce here, jungle here, birch here. I'm blanking on my trees. Acacia. In the middle here, we're going to have cherry trees because of 2 reasons. 1, I think it's going to look nice having the big cherry trees in the middle. And 2, like I said just then, they are pretty big. So I'm scared if I put the cherry trees like on one of these outer blocks, it would grow out of the building and I'd constantly just have pink leaves sticking out of it, which is not very cool. Once this floor is complete, we're then gonna dig down. We're gonna go down maybe like 10 blocks and then we're gonna farm oak and dark oak on the basement floor. So we're gonna have a ring of mini farms on the ground floor, and then on the basement floor we're gonna have 2 bigger farms. And of the vanilla saplings, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4 and the cherry that need to go on this top floor. But we have 3 extra slots on the right here. So in the future, if I suddenly decide, I don't know, I like building with sap maple, and we can also farm that wood. Anyway, let's build these little tree farms. Now, I actually think I have a pretty good idea for how I'm gonna power all of this. And in my mind, it looks really cool, but I'm not sure what it's gonna look like in execution. So I'm thinking we make like a cool little design with cogs, and then we link it up, and then we have the floor be glass. Now, where do we want to route our power from? This is something I didn't consider. Alright, look at that. I'm loving that. Now let's go get some glass. It's very majestic. Before we give these saplings, how am I gonna extract the wood? Okay, let's just play around with this until we get something that works. Wait, I've just had a crazy thought. Okay, if this works, I'm the best create mod player of all time. Yeah, so suffice to say, I am not the best create mod player of all time. I tried to do this crazy thing with a minecart contraption, but it didn't really end up working out. Please work. What? Wait, where did it go? So I just kind of slept on it, and the next day I realized I could literally just use mechanical arms. Okay, it's the next day. This did not work. Fortunately, I have come up with a less ambitious solution. We're just gonna use mechanical arms. So now if I put an item here, it should go all the way to the middle. Oh, yeah, that's really slow. Might just remove this for now, because now we can actually plant all our saplings. Oh! Alright, now I think we're all set to turn this on. Let's get on with the second story. Okay, elevator time. There we go. Put a little button here, and then we'll put a little button here as well. Not that I shouldn't need to use this, but in case I do, it's there. Alright, so I think with that, I'm all set to work on the basement layer. The greatest thing about this is that we already have a source of rotational force. We also gotta link this up soon so it stops just spitting all the shit out on the bottom floor. We gotta be really careful we don't get hit by these things because they hurt a lot. So I'm thinking we have a cheeky little conveyor belt here. That way all of these items will be dropped down. So if we get some chutes, nice. Oh, it's all gonna come down. I need one like this with a chute here and that interface there, and then the other one, let's do like this with a chute like that and then an interface like this. So we have to move the wood to our storage system, but we also have to sort out the oak wood, or some of the oak wood at least, because that's gonna get turned into coal and then diamonds. Thankfully though, we can just hook it up to this thing. So if we just extend this out like as far as we can, Oh, perfect. Ah, yes. This is gonna supply me with all the wood I'll ever need. Downside to this is right now we have a massive conveyor belt sticking out our factory district. But as we build more factories, this thing will get covered up. And also, it's quite useful because we can just feed all of our factory product onto this conveyor belt and it'll go straight into our storage system. So now this is completely functional and we can activate you. Oh, it's all gonna go in here. Everything's gonna go down here. This is so good. This is so good. This is once again one step closer to automating every item in the game. Now that the tree factory is fully complete, we can move to part 2 of building our diamond factory, which is building the actual diamond factory. Go ahead and decorate this area up first because right now our factory's a little in the sky. And you know, typically factories don't do that, so... Alright, I've added some little trees and some lamps like we have in our little seaside town over there. It's mainly because I had this massive area here and I didn't really know what to fill it with. For the diamond factory I went with something a little interesting. Basically the reasoning behind this, or the logic behind this, is since we're going to be bulk haunting charcoal into coal. You know, the law behind this is basically like, you know, this factory was once all stone, all andesite, but after months of haunting charcoal into coal, the soul fire has also haunted the andesite into blackstone. I know I'm a bit of a world building genius. Anyway, so we're going to funnel the oak wood that's coming from here, and it's going to come over here. It's going to come out through here, and then it's going to be haunted in this area, obviously. It's then going to follow all the steps to become diamonds, and it's going to go back underground, where it will link up with this little conveyor belt here. If you are interested, both this schematic and this schematic are on my Patreon page. It is $3 a month. Well, let's get on with the diamond factory. Okay, so making the diamonds is where things get a little more complicated. And that's mainly because we're going to require one of these, first of all, an industrial fan, and then also one of these, which I think is called a seething sail or something like that. Yes. And this thing is quite the recipe. Additionally, we're also gonna need a haunting catalyst, probably, if that exists. First thing we're gonna do is we're gonna come down here and we're just gonna sort everything into stacks, because that way it'll be a lot easier to organize everything. So exactly 64. So from now on, the wood and saplings and everything else will come in here and it will accumulate in this item vault until there is 64 of one given item, which it will then come out of this funnel. I can then easily extract, let's say, I don't know, half of our oak wood from this belt, because what I can do now is I can just put like a funnel here, for example, and set that to 32, which means every single time a stack of oak comes by, it's going to extract 32 from the stack. So that's a quick little way you can distribute your production. And the best part about this setup is we can literally just drop the diamonds straight onto the conveyor belt. Okay, let's start collecting the materials. Hog alloy zinc. If this breaks, I'm gonna be really pissed. Yes! Industrial fan. Oh, okay, no, that was right, okay. Ah, there we go. Sugar, egg, cinder flour. Okay. Blaze cakes, prism, crystal, thermal mechanism, blasting sails, seething sail. Here, we put that here. Is that done? Wow, that was really easy. So now it should all work. I'm just gonna test it though. Let's just get some wood that we don't need, like jungle. We have so much jungle. Let's just turn a bunch of jungle wood into diamonds. I'm not sure how efficient this thing is, but I'm hoping this many jungle logs should at least turn into a couple diamonds. Okay, that's not what I want. Yes! Yes! Okay! I'm gonna put a brass funnel on here also, that means. Like this. That's looking good. Okay. So this should turn into coal after a bit. Yes, okay. Okay, that's getting crushed into coal blocks, which is turning into diamond shards. Okay. And once that... Oh, and then it's turning into diamonds, and then it's falling down. It's not very obvious. Let's see if I can... Yes! Oh my god, that's so good. Okay. Okay, so this thing is working great. And it produces quite a bit of diamond as well. Like, by the looks of things, it's not even like... It's pretty efficient. Like, it doesn't take that much wood. Yeah, look at this. We still have so much jungle. That is, unfortunately, all I have time for this episode. I wanted to get an episode out by early next week, or this week, when you'll be watching this episode. So I'm kind of in a rush. Now, a part of me is like, oh, I should just finish up this area, make this all look nice, you know, link this up. And as much as I want to do that, I really shouldn't, because today is Wednesday, tomorrow is Thursday, and on Friday and the weekend, I'm gonna be very, not at home. I want to get this video done by then, so this area is just gonna be a little unfinished for now. Anyway, the next episode will be building your shop ideas, so I'm very, very excited for that. You guys have definitely pulled through with the suggestions. Thank you for watching till the very end. If you guys want to watch me rank all the create mod functional blocks, then click this video. Apparently, I have some very hot takes, according to you guys in the comments. Anyway, bye-bye! A few weeks ago, I built this seaside town with a plaza that I purposefully left empty in hopes of filling it with your shop suggestions. Needless to say, you guys definitely pulled through with your ideas. I reckon a local fish and chips shop would fit the coastal vibe super well. I think a local fish and chip store is pretty spot on. First of all, let me introduce you to my new best friend. So this thing, it's called a copycat box. Basically what it allows us to do is essentially place multiple blocks in the space of one. So what I can do is I can come over here and I can fill this up with bricks and granite. And then I can come over here and I can then put, let's say, walk planks on here. Which means I can decorate the interiors of my shops however I want without the limitation of the walls being bricks. That you absolutely cannot tell from the outside. Oh, before I forget, I've also installed a mod that lets me place down any item I get. Oh, look at that, it's so cute! Essentially, I thought this would be very great for decorating. This way we don't have to use stupid item frames. Now the question is, does this mod pack have chips? Fries? It does have fries! Oh, it does have fries. Perfect. Oh my god, you can put tomato sauce on them too. That's so great. Okay, we're so gonna do that. I'm discovering all sorts of fun things. I'm realizing now that I have a lot of crops that I need to automate eventually. Okay, that's not what I wanted, but okay. The water goes in last, note to self. 2 tomato, 1 sugar, 1 crushed nether wart, and some water. And that gives us a good amount of ketchup and a bit of salt, because I had some leftover water. Throw some of this in there. Okay, and then what can I do with these raw fries? So I have to cook them, and then let's cook these fries. They don't go in the... Okay. Oh, I have to fry them. Oh, this is slightly more complicated than I anticipated. Okay, hold on. What I'm gonna do is... What? Okay. No, don't stop making caramel. Right, that's a second caramel bucket we're gonna use later. Oh my god, this is giving me a headache. Oh my god, finally. Ketchup bottle, bucket. Yeah, this is definitely a sign I should never cook again. So now I'm gonna make some frying oil and whatever the fuck this is. Mechanical fryer. Vegetable oil, and then I can, I believe, put this thing to mix it into frying oil. Okay, and then I can use this thing. So why is this not working? Is this not quick enough, or what am I missing? Why is there funnel there? What? Oh my god, I am such an idiot. Okay, I give this to this. Whoa, that was really quick. We're gonna ketchup up 2 fries. Oh, that's so cool. And then 2 are gonna remain unketchuped. Let's put a raw herring on there. And that can just stay there. Actually, wait, no. Is that gonna pop off? That's gonna pop off when it's done cooking. Hang on, we can't do that. We can, however, hold up. Just put it right on the grill. And then I think we're gonna put some wrap fries here. Some ketchup wrap fries here. Let's make them face each other. And then let's go with the herring. Like that, and a salmon. Salmon should probably be okay. We should probably cook the fish. We don't want to give our customers food poisoning. Perfect. And I've just had a great idea. Wait. I gotta figure this out. Hold on. Oh, look at that! Wait, and then we can put a border on this as well. Hold on. How about a bakery and name it Bread Corner? For this one, I just want to build kind of a cozy little spruce corner bakery. I knew this salt was gonna come in handy. Cheese block. Cheese sandwich. We got a cheese sandwich, a fried egg sandwich, and a piece of bread. Honestly, what else would you want from a bakery? Then we place the bread on top of this, like we did with the fish. I'm gonna put the egg sandwich here. Perfect. Okay, the next thing on the agenda is a convenience store. Now this wasn't actually suggested by you guys, I just thought it would be a good idea because, I mean, the citizens of the town, you know, they need to get their groceries from somewhere, and no one suggested a convenience store or anything like that. All I'm saying is, how would you feel if you lived in a small town and the only place you could shop in had no groceries? Basically, you guys are insanely inconsiderate. I have a great idea. It's supposed to be a fridge. We got some freezers next to it as well. I just can't really put anything in these. I think we should get a wrench, some kind of pickaxe, hand crank maybe. Goggles can actually go on here. We want a wrench down here like that. Pickaxe on there. Let's go with some shears. Okay, nice. That looks pretty complete to me. Wait, Quickie Mart. Quickie Mart. I also said I would settle for a name for this town, this episode. And I've looked through your comments. There were quite a few pretty good names. But, I mean, I had to go with Bikini Top. It's an absolutely diabolical name. A souvenir shop, perhaps? So I decided instead of doing a proper souvenir shop, we're just gonna do a little souvenir stand. I thought that would be a little more fun. I'm thinking this area right here is probably perfect. These copycat panels are so hard to place. I've also gotten suggestions from some people to make a surfboard shop, so I thought I would maybe incorporate that into this also. And while I'm at it, let's get some souvenirs. We can get some of these Wonderlight crystals. They kind of look like gems. Let's go for some pet rocks. And for the surfboards, I think I'm gonna use glazed terracotta. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this down here, and then we're gonna just have a little copycat slice on top like that, and like that. I don't know. Yeah, that kind of looks like a surfboard to me. Yeah. A jeweler's workshop who makes jewelry from the pearls the fisherman of the town sells to him. I really love this world building. I think subtle lore elements like this is what really makes a world feel alive. This is a great idea. For this build, I actually want to use some gilded blackstone. I think it'd be really cool if we make like a dark theme. And have like little bits of gold because it's like jewelry, you know. So we're gonna go into the nether and we're gonna go fetch some gilded blackstone from the bastions, which could be a horrible idea, but I think we'll make it work. We're for sure gonna need to build a train next episode because traveling between our 3 districts is such a pain right now. All right, now I know there is a bastion around here. Ah, there it is. Wait, do I need silk touch for this? So if I just search up silk touch. Ah, yes. Gold pickaxe. That's perfect. Only problem is this is like about to break. So we're gonna bring an anvil and 3 golden pickaxes. Oh, we can find them in here as well. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Wait, and check this out, check this out. It's like a netherite block, but not really. Make some golden leaves as well. Diamond block goes on top of here. And now for the best part, got Greg the Fisher. Perfect. Ideas for shops: bubble tea, ice cream, rolled ice cream, froyo, pizza shop, crab fry shop. I really like food. I think especially in the recent years, I don't think I've gone to a seaside town or a seaside city and have it not had a bubble tea place. Now I know you can make bubble tea. The question is how? Oh, okay. That doesn't seem that bad. We can chop this up into ender pearl grain. And we combine that with some chorus fruit and a glass bottle with some milk. And do I have chorus fruit? Please. Oh, yes. Thank God. That would have been really tragic if I had to go all the way back to the end. And bubble tea. I also kind of want to drink one. Like, I want to see if it gives me an effect or anything. That did absolutely nothing. Alright, let's just put this on either sides here. Nice, alright. A little bubble tea stand. Candy shop. Staying on the sweet kind of theme. Someone also suggested I should build a giant chocolate reservoir in the middle of the town and then pump it into the candy shop, which I think is a really good idea, but I don't really have time for that. So I'm really sorry. I'll bookmark the idea because I really like the concept of keeping a massive amount of chocolate or something or whatever in the middle of the town. I'm thinking if I place a bunch of floor tanks like this and then some tripwire hooks, these kind of look like drink dispensers, no? Let's just fill this wall with these custom paintings. These are just stock paintings, but they look fine. That one kind of matches the pinkish purplish vibe. Let's go for this one. Yeah. Now we gotta go actually make some candy. I actually don't have any sweet berries though. Okay, I'm really hoping that this island over here is gonna have some sweet berries. Ah! Wait, are these tomatoes? They are sweet berries! Yes! Oh my god, I'm so glad we found it quickly. First thing I want to make is chocolate glazed berries. Now, this is a create mod classic. I should have a lot of cocoa beans from when we deforested this island. Okay, 71 is definitely enough. This first, and then this. And then you mix them together. Bar chocolate. No, stop. Now, when I put this down here, it should, if I don't miss, it should spout that with chocolate. Okay. Marshmallow, cotton candy, sweet berries, marshmallow stick. Alright, that's finished. The candy shop is finished. You should make a tiki bar. I think additionally somebody said I should make a bar that serves only potions of harming, which I think is a hilarious idea, because you know it's also poetic as hell, because you know alcohol's like potion of harming. Some nether wart in there. Do we not have any brown mushrooms? We don't have any brown mushrooms? Okay, let's go get some brown mushrooms. I see some brown mushrooms. Fermented spider eye. Also just need a regular spider eye too. Okay, and then we're gonna make one splash potion as well. I also need some glow berries, but thankfully I can actually bulk haunt sweet berries into glow berries, so I don't even need to go fetch those. Perfect. This is just for decoration as well, by the way. Look at that. They're like little bar stools. And we got our 3 alcoholic beverages. Yeah, nice. I then completed this build with an underground bookshop. Okay, that is it for the plaza and for the episode. I've really enjoyed making your shop ideas. It was a lot of fun interacting with you guys. To everyone who left a comment and didn't make it in the video, I'm incredibly sorry. I did look through all of your comments and you guys all had some great ideas. I just obviously only had 7, or I guess 8, 9 slots. Now, I'm really glad that we can have something like this be permanently a part of my world. I'm really grateful of the little community that we've built, and this was super fun. I will be doing more videos like this in the future for sure, so stay tuned. There will be more opportunities. And to everyone else, thank you so much for watching. Bye bye. Trains are most definitely the best part about the Create mod, which is why it's shocking that our survival world doesn't have any. By the end of this episode, we're gonna have trains. I'm sure that's why you clicked on the video. So I think our world is getting pretty big despite only being like 10 episodes in. We have 3 major districts in our world, I would say, and they're pretty far apart. And they're spread out kind of evenly. I mean, I guess these 2 are a lot closer together. I thought it would be a good idea for this episode to finally start our train. Trains are definitely a pretty big part of the Create mod, and and I want to get in on that action really early. First, I gotta dump everything that's in my bags into the storage system though, because I haven't cleared anything out from the last episode. And I'm thinking we might just fill this entire backpack up with rails. I'm not sure how many rails we're going to need for this project, but I doubt it's going to be like a small amount. I'm thinking we build the track. Well, I already have the beginnings of the track here because I built the station with the seaside town. So it's going to have to continue up. We're going to put a bridge here and it's going to curve up here. And there's probably going to be an underground station here. Let me just hold up. I'm just going to check over here because in my mind, look, there's this like little hill that our factory district is on. And the train track is like kind of lower. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to make it curve into here. And then it's going to go into like a little tunnel here. And then we're going to have like a little station that's underground. Then the train's going to cross back through to the mainland. This is technically a little island. I keep forgetting about that. And then it's got to go up to here. Which means I can probably put the train station somewhere around here because eventually there will be more stuff connecting the train station and the farms. And then the train's going to have to loop from up here to down here where we have our seaside town. So, okay, a lot of rails are going to be required. Alright, that should be good for now. I'm actually going to keep this thing up because I suspect that this is probably not going to be enough train tracks. So we're probably going to have to come back and make more. But for now, I think I can at least build a simple layout of what I want the train track to look like. Alright, so that didn't actually take that many tracks at all. We've completed the loop, kind of. You can vaguely see it on the map. It goes around like this, and then it comes up to here, and then it comes to the side here. Now, I'm thinking we should probably put something over here. If I leave this spot empty, I'm gonna feel like it's just a big waste of space. Because the train's gonna pass by here anyway, I might as well utilize this spot for something. Anyway, this is one side of the track done, but before I do the second side, I think I'm gonna make a little track clearer, a little bulldozing train, if you will, just because we have quite a bit of ground to clear. We've got a part where it goes underground here, we got like a whole tunnel here, and then we got like this entire thing here. Okay, so I did the quick calculations in my test world, and we're gonna need a 5x6 area, which means we're gonna need 30 drills, but I think I'm gonna go with 33. I'm gonna have the little top slanted. It's gonna do a little curve. Alright, and now let's go build, I guess, our first ever train. Alright, this is a big moment. Oh yeah. I forgot the seat. Okay. Alright, history has been made. What I can do now is I can just click that, and now all of my drills should be turned off, which means I won't mine the track. Actually, putting a drill there was a really stupid idea. Hang on, I'm gonna remove that. Okay, take 3. I should be able to just run this train just on the track. This is gonna take God knows how long. Okay, now let's get some stations going, because having a train is kind of pointless without stations. What the fuck? Why are there so many skeletons? What? There's like 6 of them. Okay, and now for the fun part, we're gonna get a train going. We obviously can't get it fully functional yet because we don't have our station set up, but I'm thinking if I just build out one of my trains and kind of drive it around the track and just kind of see where the stations need to go and all of that good stuff. Obviously, before I get everything up and going, I also have to make the track look a bit nicer. Like right now, this is looking really ugly. We gotta lay out some gravel underneath these tracks, and then also we gotta build some bridges. We got this one to build, and we got that one to build right there. Now the loop is actually smaller than you would think. It only takes maybe like 40 seconds to do this entire loop, manually at least. Once we automate it, it will be a little slower because obviously it's got to stop at all the stations and also it takes corners slower. For now, I think I'm going to find a nice little stretch of track, straight track, to build my first train. I think I'm going to build my train here. But also, before I forget, I did say I was going to put another station here. So I'm going to put that down. Oh, do I have any wood on me? Okay, we're going to use jungle wood for now. Okay. So these are gonna be our trains. I guess train is a loose term. They're more like trams. They're supposed to be trams. I kind of took inspiration from the Melbourne trams. I thought green and yellow was a pretty fun color scheme. It'll be pretty cool when we have a lot of these running around our world. Or our island at least. Now I believe if I put a train station here. Okay, and then hit assemble. We have our train and all of this should be attached. Oh, it's taken the ground with us. Okay, that's not what I want. So now we're just gonna drive these around our world to all of our 4 stations, and we're just gonna see where I actually need to position the station. The first station needs to be around here. Oh, look at that! Oh, that's so cool! It's like flush with the... Oh, I didn't even realize that was going to happen. All of the other stations are only 1 block up from the rail. This one is 2, which means it's flush with the doors, which means you can just walk straight onto the train, which is super cool. Damn, I'm amused by the smallest things. And this one, oh, I love this station. It's so pretty. I also really like how the train looks in this station. Yeah, that's aesthetic as hell. Okay. Now all that's left to do is to make some bridges and polish up the railway a little bit, because right now some places are floating. There's like trees around. You got like this thing here. Ugh. Also, pardon me if the continuity feels a little off. I haven't played this world in like 2 months. So I think we're gonna start with a bridge over here. And this is a lot longer than I remember it being in my brain. It'd be nice to like stick with the theme of Bikini Top as well and kind of make this connection from here to the bridge flush. Yeah, I like that. I like that bridge. I think it'll be good when we expand Bikini Top as well, like further back this way and also that way. The bridge will look a lot more in place. I think it fits the theme pretty well though. It kind of looks like the buildings. Yeah, okay. Next bridge. The second bridge is gonna be a lot simpler. Since the first bridge was kind of going from this old ass town into like the factory area, I wanted to make it look like it was a part of the town. You know, I kind of wanted to look, you know, I don't know how to describe, like Victorian, I guess. It's not really Victorian, rustic, I guess you could say. The second bridge, I'm not really gonna go for something like that because it's not really connected to anything, and I'll show you what I mean. So this bridge over here, well, first of all, it's diagonal, so if I wanted to build something like that, it would probably make me want to kill my... But also, it's kind of like got this foresty vibe, you know? It's going from the jungle into like the forest. I think it makes more sense to go for something like wooden and old and rickety. And the vision here is it's going to be like an overgrown bridge. It's going to be like an older bridge, and it's going to have like leaves and vines and stuff hanging off of it. So yeah, let's see how this turns out. Right, okay, so now what we have to do is craft a bunch of rollers and pave the ground below the tracks. Because right now all of it is just dirt, which is not very professional. There's also like a few little outliers that I have to deal with, like this part right here. We're gonna have to terraform this so, you know, the tracks aren't floating, because I don't really want to build another bridge. And also, this is kind of an awkward shape for a bridge. Now looking at this, it's pretty big, so that's probably going to take a while. Some floating trees to get rid of. We just got to basically like polish up the track a bit. Because right now it is functional and we do have the bridges and stuff laid out, but it doesn't look the nicest. Got another cave here. Oh, this is the cave. The cave. Whoa. Yeah, let's get to doing that then. It's been about 8 hours since the last time I've talked to the camera, and that's mainly due to having to set up all of the trains and all the platforms and stuff. It's still a bit messy over here. This might be a problem for another day though. So I've basically set the entire train system up now, and I'm just gonna go to a station and show you real quick. I'm actually going to catch the train to the factory station because the factory station has the most detail. I have 4 trains in total running on this track. You can see 2 of them right here. And the reason I have 2 going each direction as opposed to 1 is because I don't want to be waiting at a station for too long at any given time. So if we just get off at the factory station here. Uh-oh, okay. You can see I've also added these advanced displays, and all the trains have them as well, out of service. Okay, this one is broken. The other ones should... Okay. Okay, so we have 2 trains heading each way. They are about a minute apart. You can see it more accurately here. I did time it. It takes about 2 minutes and 10 seconds for the entire loop. which means having the trains be 1 minute apart. It means I shouldn't have to wait more than like 30 seconds for a train if I'm lucky, like statistically speaking. Trains are pretty frequent and they're very fast, so it's actually a pretty good way of getting around. I was kind of concerned when building the train tracks at the start that like this would be a massive waste of time because it'd be just more efficient to just fly, because like Bikini Top and now Factory District are not that far. But it does seem like, okay, it's a bit buggy, but it does seem like it's a pretty good way to transport, which is good. It also saves me jetpack fuel, which is also good. And one last thing before I end off the episode, if you are going to subscribe to Patreon for the schematics, the trains will be there, but I did screw up. So the headstock here is unobtainable. Oh my Jesus Christ. The headstock that's in the schematic, so not on these trains, but in the schematic, is unobtainable in Survival Minecraft because I didn't plan ahead when I was building it in creative mode. So what you need to do is just to select the option in the schematic cannon where it's, I can just show you, hold on. You want to go to this option here, and then you want to go to skip missing blocks. And what that will essentially do is it'll build the entire train apart from the headstocks. And what you want to do is you want to just replace them with the ones that you can craft in survival, which is these ones. You see, I use one of these ones, and I don't know why, but there's no recipe in Survival Minecraft, so you just want to replace it with this. It is $3 a month, by the way, if you are interested, and you will get access to all of my schematics from all of the past episodes. So not only will you get the train, you'll get a bunch of buildings from Bikini Top, you'll get basically everything from over there. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. It has taken me a while to come out with this one, and half of it was recorded like 3 months ago, so I'm not sure how the continuity is going to go, but that's all from me today, so bye-bye. About 8 months ago, I started the survival series off by building this farm, and I pretty much haven't gone back ever since. This episode, we're finally returning. After 10 episodes, we're finally returning to our farm. The last time I did anything in this general area was probably like 8 episodes ago. Today's plan is to seriously upgrade this area and then find a way to link it back up to our factory. Because right now there are a few main problems with this area. Number one, it's kind of out of the way. So if I want wheat, I have to come all the way down here, which is kind of annoying. And number two, it doesn't really do that much because wheat isn't that useful. Now with Farmer's Delight, there are so many different types of crops that I should be growing. Like, look at all this stuff here. It's kind of cut off by the page. And it'll be nice to maybe start eating something other than bread. Obviously though, I don't want to have to manually come over here and deliver the goods back to the factory. So this episode is going to be completely focused on linking the two areas. And I have a pretty cool idea of how I'm going to do that. Alright, so I think it's probably reasonable to start with a lot of terraforming. We're going to be making a bunch of farms in this area. I think it makes most sense to expand out that way. Okay, let's go get a bunch of dirt then. Now, you're probably wondering, how am I going to fit every single crop in this tiny little area here? And the answer is, I'm not. Basically, it's gonna go underground. If I was to build a little den for every single plant in my mod pack, the entire area would probably be filled with crop fields. So I'm not gonna do that, although it would probably look pretty cool, to be honest. So my plan is I'm gonna hollow out an area underground, and I'm gonna automate everything there, which does mean everything I just built was just for show, technically, because none of this is actually gonna do anything. I think this is the best way to do it, to be honest, because it means we can have the farm looking pretty, and we can still have everything automated, because otherwise I'd have to fill the area up with a bunch of create mode contraptions, and it would probably make the area look quite... So I made a spreadsheet of everything I need to automate, which includes everything from the vanilla mod and everything from Farmer's Delight, along with 2 mods that also add crops of their own. Now, Farmer's Delight surprisingly only adds 3 new plants. And it's interesting because you'd think a mod as big as Farmer's Delight would add a lot of crops, but it actually doesn't. The other 2 mods I have that add crops are Cultural Delight and Dumplings Delight. Cultural Delight also adds 3 crops, but Dumplings Delight adds 5, which is ridiculous. You would think a mod that only adds 1 food item wouldn't have that many crops, but it actually has more than Farmer's Delight. Let me just quickly see how much we have in here, because we probably have a decent chunk already. From the base game, we're only missing glowberries. Oh, we're missing corn, okay. Garlic chives, okay. I actually have no idea where I got these seeds from, I'm not gonna lie. That does not look like an eggplant. That looks like a purple tomato. We're missing glowberries, eggplant, corn, and cucumber, which is not a long list. Okay, that's very good. Some glowberries here. And while I have a second here to just like take it slower, I kind of want to bring up Create 0.6. Oh, there's some corn. I've had a few people ask me about Create 0.6 and if I'm going to upgrade or not. And obviously, yes, I do really want to, because the Create 0.6 features are really cool. There's a few things that are currently stopping me from doing that. First of all, I play on the Fabric port of Create, and that's mainly just because I love Axiom. I cannot live without Axiom. And then also, on top of that, mods like Steam and Rails and Clockwork and all of that stuff hasn't been updated. Now, Clockwork, to be fair, I think Clockwork is a bit dead. I don't know if it's going to get updated to 0.6 ever, so I might just have to cut that out of the mod pack when I update. But mods like Steam and Rails and like there's a bunch of others, I just don't know them off by heart, are pretty essential to this mod pack, and I can't really remove them because it would break a lot of my world. So whilst I do really want to update to 0.6, there's nothing I can really do apart from just wait for all the mods to be updated. But as soon as that comes out, I will be updating. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, wait. Yes! So we got our corn, we got our cucumber, and we got our eggplants. And we also found some blueberries that are in Promenade, which I didn't realize existed. So I'm thinking we build it underground just like right here, and then we can have the collecting station come out here. So now this should be like empty, yeah. Oh wow, look at this. This is where we're gonna build our farm. That's a little curse. Okay, now we're gonna put a little storage vault here, and we're gonna link everything up, and we're also gonna funnel all of the wheat into there as well. Oh no, I missed the train. 27. Okay, and now we need some brass funnels. Do we don't have any quartz? No. Okay, we got a bunch of diorite though. That's all good. Okay, thank God. It had me stressing for a second. Did not want to go back into the Nether. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, this thing is obviously far from complete. I have to fill in all the gaps, but that should become easier when the machine works. This should be enough. And then that should all be coming up here. Nice. Okay, nice. God, dumbass sheeps. I just realized I can literally just make a lead, so that was a waste of time. No! Oh, Jesus Christ. Cows. Okay. Somehow I lost 5 leads in the process of getting the cows over here. Alright, now to connect up the wheat farm. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go back to the main factory area, and I'm just gonna make a ton of encased chain drives and gearboxes and cogs and all of that stuff, so I never need to be in this scenario again, because I've had to go back so many times because I'm missing like a single shaft or something. I've also realized that riding on top of the trains is actually a lot quicker and more fun than riding inside the trains, so I've just been doing that recently. Oh, not when that happens though. Holy, okay. Oh my god! Take that back, I should probably just ride inside the trains from now on. Now, there's one last thing I want to do before I link this area up with that area over there. Now, basically, since the beginning, I've been using bread as my main source of food. It started with me just eating it, and now I put it in this backpack, which has the feeder upgrade so that it automatically feeds me. But the problem with bread is that it's pretty bad, so I go through a lot very quickly. And I know it is auto-feeding me, but it's still annoying because I have to run over here every single time it runs out and make a bunch of more bread. Which, I mean, you guys don't see because I cut it out, because it's incredibly boring. So I'm gonna... Oh. Like I said, I was gonna ride inside the carts and I immediately went back to the top. Oh, okay, that's wow, okay. We're gonna get a cow farm going that is also gonna feed into the storage system. Cow farms are pretty simple. The only thing I'm gonna need is a deployer, which I think I already have. Yeah, I got 2 right here. Okay, perfect. Let's actually go ahead and clear out an area here because the farm we're gonna build does require wheat to breed the cows. And then once the cows are dead, the stock can go on this belt as well. Can I do this? I totally can. Okay. And then we're gonna go ahead and put all of our cows here. So let me just go ahead and nice. Okay. Shoot here. And then this needs to come down to a conveyor belt. Fan catalyst like this, and an in-case fan like this. And then finally we're gonna have a chest like this. Steak. Very important. And then that goes right here. And once there are 24 in there, they will start to die from entity cramming, and we can get our precious steak. So the way we're gonna link these 2 districts up is by, and you probably already guessed it, a train. There's been kind of a train deficit in my world for quite a while now, so I'm gonna compensate by making a lot of them. Oh, I'm gonna have to do so much terraforming. Not gonna lie, I was literally just about to be like, yeah, now all we got to do is build the train and then polish up the farming area and then we're done. But I completely forgot about this massive bridge that I still need to build. Oh god. I couldn't tell you why I did this, but I ended up modeling this bridge after a certain very famous bridge from a country that I live in. Honestly, I think I was just really bored. Okay, I think it's finally time to build the train. This episode was supposed to be focused around upgrading the farming area, but I have spent proportionally a lot more time on the train. Now, I actually built this train like a few weeks ago. It was probably the first thing I built for this project. For some reason the schematic didn't build with these containers, which is totally fine because I can just put them down myself. This should all be super glued, right? Yes, okay. So now if I set a station down, I believe I have to go like here? Yeah, 12 bogies, nice. Okay, we gotta find a place to put this storage interface as well. So I'm thinking on this front car somewhere, like maybe like right here, like this. I'm thinking this should be pretty good. But first of all, let's make sure it all works. I think it's all connected. It's a very long train, like that, and then yeah, that works, right? No, that definitely works. Okay, and then when I assemble this, yeah, look, am I extracting the stuff? I can't tell. Wait. So there's two things I realized after this recording session. Firstly, storage interfaces can't access storage blocks that aren't on the same train card, which I did not know until now. I ended up fixing this by just putting some bolts in the front carriages. And yes, I am aware that means all the storage cards are also for show. I'll get to that in a bit. And secondly, you need to directly funnel items into storage interfaces, not just slap them on item vaults. I then went about fixing this issue possibly in the dumbest way ever. Oh, this is gonna be so messy. Okay, oh my god. That was so stressful though. As of right now, all the cargo containers on this train, for sure, they don't do anything. It is very easily fixable though, so in the future when more factories get built, we can fix that up. But as of right now, I think that's kind of funny. This adds another way for me to get from my factory to my farm. And now there's only one thing really left to do. That is everything for this episode. It did take a lot longer than I anticipated because of all the terraforming and that bridge, actually. But I'm actually super happy with how everything turned out. I think everything looks very cool. Once again, all the schematics in this episode can be found on Patreon if you're interested. Okay, that's it. Bye-bye. So, I love building in Minecraft. But the problem is, I always have to go out and gather a bunch of materials, and I'm a little sick of it. This episode, we're heading back to the factory district one last time to automate everything I'd possibly ever want. Oh, okay, we can finally start this thing. My god, that took so long. I spent a lot more time than I thought I would gathering resources for this thing, which is honestly another reason why it's so important that I build it now. Also, my Tom Simple storage mod broke, for some reason, so I had to fix that, which also took a while. It's been a long day. Now we can finally get to the fun stuff. So we're going to be making a ton of factories, and I think a good place to start is a control board. Now I don't have access to create Create 0.6, which is kind of a shame because control boards became really easy with Create 0.6. And the thing is, I was actually gonna wait, but then I thought it's probably gonna be a while until I'm able to actually update. And also the major advantage of the new Create update is crafting. It automates crafting. So I thought it'd be a good idea to just automate like every single raw material. And then until I get access to Create 0.6, I can just manually do the crafting I need. So I have a massive list of items that I want to automate by the end of this episode, and I think I'll probably do a voiceover for this part. So I'm not gonna lie, I initially had a vision for this part, but I've kind of completely forgotten. So I'm just gonna give a quick summary. By the end of this episode, I want to automate over 20 new items. And of these, some will be incredibly useful, and others are just kind of like byproducts of other items. The ultimate goal here is to automate most of the more aesthetic looking stones that are used for building, and then I can combine that with the wood farm to basically build whatever the hell I want. So the plan is we're gonna make like a Create 0.6 circuit board, but without Create 0.6. We're gonna use redstone links like this, and we're gonna scatter them around the place. Obviously it's gonna be a little bit more organized than this, and then we're gonna have levers on each one of these, and they're each gonna correlate to a different factory. And they're going to be like in sequence. So let's say this is cobblestone, this might be gravel because it comes from cobblestone, this could be sand because it comes from gravel, this could be soul sand because it comes from sand. You get the point. Okay, I haven't really designed this properly yet, so this could cause some headaches, but I think we can make it work. And then also I'm going to link everything else in my factory to this board as well. So we're going to link the tree farm, we're gonna link the diamond farm, we're gonna link all that good stuff together. So I have full control over everything. And the idea behind this obviously is if I don't need it, I can turn it off and it will prevent unnecessary lag. Which honestly in some ways might even be better than the Create 0.6 board because it's harder to turn that one off. I don't know, I'm just coping real hard. I really want Create 0.6. Before we get started though, I'm just gonna fill this area in with stone and we're gonna terraform the side a little bit so it looks a bit nicer because right now it's kind of floating. Right, okay, so I think it makes sense to start with the farms that I've already built. Now, we're not going to do the ore farm because that one works off of cobblestone, but the tree farm and the diamond factory work independently of the cobblestone generator. I think. Wait, do they? They do, right? Yes, because the diamonds are just from the wood. Okay. Design and decor has these, like, yeah, these things, signs. Okay, and I think it'd be nice to use these little arrows. Okay, the tree and diamond farm is a good example to start with because it's very simple. So my idea for this thing was we're gonna have redstone links like this. Then we're gonna have like a switch here. And then I'm gonna use these signs, right? Like this, and then like this, and then like this. Right, okay, so we want something like this. And what we're then gonna do is we're gonna get some clutches and we're gonna link them up to these farms. Log. So now that means right now the tree farm should be off. And yes, it is. Everything is stationary. And then when I flip this lever right here on, boop. Yeah, look at that. I already see it spinning. Nice. Okay, so that works. Let me make sure the bottom level works as well. Yeah, this is all working fine. Okay, now let's do the diamond farm. And first let me track down where this thing is actually connected to. It's all connected right here, this spot right here. Okay, first things first, we want to power this thing off. So this will be powering that right now. Oh, you can actually see a little... Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that gives you an indicator. That's really useful. Okay, now it's on. Right, cool. I know how to do basic redstone. I need to put this here because this is actually what takes the wood out. So this here takes 48 oak wood from the wood stash. And then I also need to find a way to power all of this stuff off, which I think shouldn't be that hard. If I slap an inverted clutch on here, that should be fine, right? On, okay. Yeah, perfect. Wow, okay. That was that was very simple. One thing to keep note of, obviously, is if I turn this off, this isn't gonna work. So everything in the sequence has to be turned on. My god, this is like borderline unreadable. Ah, yes, okay. No, this is fine, this is fine. I'm gonna be using a lot of stress, so I might have to create a second steam engine, finally. This entire time, I've gone this entire time, like 8 months without needing a second steam engine. Ah, yes, there we go. Wow, that was quick. Okay. I'm lucky concerned about the video's length because I just spent like 3 hours on this thing. But we have most of the cobblestone section automated, which is very cool. If you take a look down here, it's a bit of a mess. Yeah, I just kind of have everything going at once. This was an absolute headache to connect up. But in the end, we have a fully working little control board here. So like, if I decide I don't want wither skulls, I don't want blackstone, I want tough, but I don't want glass. The glass has been turned off, the wither skull here has been turned off, and the blackstone, it should be off, but it's connected somewhere else. Okay, there we go. We fixed it. I will say the good thing about this factory is once I finish it, I probably won't have to automate anything ever again. Unless it's like for something really niche. Now I want to finish off the cobblestone branch, but I've run into a bit of a problem. Gravel can turn into calcite, and then calcite turns into dripstone and to diorite, and then diorite turns into granite. So this is really useful, but it requires bone meal, and I don't currently have a way of automating bone meal. Thankfully, I have like 1 million seeds in my storage, and also I have like the train that is delivering the stock from the farm, so that will also transfer a bunch of seeds. I think I'm just gonna have a little bone meal switch somewhere on here. Maybe we can put it like next to the calcite if there's room. Nice. Okay, and then essentially what's gonna happen if I flip this switch is we're gonna start pumping seeds from our storage unit, and then they're gonna go over here and they're gonna turn into bone meal. So we should set that up first. And then I want this to be going the opposite way, so if I put a gearbox here, it should just work. Nice. How do I want to do this though is the big question. Like this, probably. Like this. Like this. No. Should all just work, hopefully, please. Whoa. What the fuck? Put the seeds here. They go in here. Yeah, they come out bone meal. Nice. Okay. Bam. Bam. Okay. Right. Boom. Okay. Okay, so it's been a few days now. I'm not too sure how completed this thing was when I left off because a lot of the footage was kind of unusable. My original plan was just to record everything on replay mode, but then like I realized like a lot of the stuff I was doing was underground. Like there's a lot of stuff that goes on here. And then also like I was stopping every 2 seconds because I needed to fix a problem. It's been a lot of troubleshooting the past few days. And the entire time I wasn't really speaking because I was just kind of annoyed, so it was just silent footage of me trying to fix stupid problems. So I thought it'd probably be best for me to just explain everything new. First things first, this cobblestone branch is completely done. Thank God. All these machines on here are now working with the exception of there's one, the granite. And the reason the granite doesn't work yet is because the granite recipe requires quartz. It's fine because we will get quartz from limestone, which is one of the blocks that we can automate. So once we have that, we can just hook it up to this, and I've actually gone ahead and already placed down a mechanical arm. So this thing is ready. If I just show you over here real quick. Oh. So you need flint to make calcite. So I have this little thing here hooked up to the calcite generator, and this is basically extracting flint from our main conveyor belt. We get flint when we crush gravel into sand, so I'm just extracting some of that flint here. We're gonna do the same thing with quartz, so this is literally already like prepared once I have the quartz here. But yeah, that's all well and good. This all looks very complicated, and I guess to be honest, it kind of is. This is the cobblestone that goes into our ore farm, the thing that we built in the second episode, and that has its own conveyor belt. But everything else is being funneled onto the main conveyor belt there. This comes all the way down, right down to over here, where it then goes into our storage system. And I also had a problem with the storage system. I had to redo this thing completely. Cobblestone was by far the most complicated one. The next most complicated one, I think, is basalt. Okay, I think we're gonna do the limestone now. Can I put this? Oh, I can. Okay. Like, what if I just straight up had them, like, right here? That could work. What we're gonna do is we're gonna connect this up like this. That's a basin. I always get basins confused with chutes. Here, and then turn this on. And then I need a pair of crushing wheels here. So, I made these into limestone crushing wheels, but they're not even gonna be visible. That's so sad. And I also need, more importantly, a way to toggle these on and and off, on and on. Oh, get me out. Something like this, and then like this. Perfect. Okay, and hopefully this is going the right way. If it's not, I might cry. Please. Oh, that looks wrong. Yeah, that's not right. Okay. Okay. Kind of a weird way of doing it, but it works. We got there in the end. That means if we power this off, it's gonna turn off the crushing wheels, which will stop the formation of quartz and lapis. Perfect. Okay, so everything is officially done now. I thought I would just quickly run through and explain everything that I've just built real quick, just for the people who maybe want to build something similar. I know a lot of people do watch my survival series for inspiration, so if you have that, this is for you. I started with the cobble deep slate, and stone generators. These don't really make anything that useful, so I just have them directly funneled over the belt. They're turned off right now because they are super efficient, so as soon as I turn them on, they're gonna start producing like a bunch of blocks. Next we have the scoria, which is being funneled into here, where it's being fed down, and additionally it's coming through to here. So when I power this on, it will get crushed by these crushing wheels, and it will turn into blaze powder and blaze rods. Then I have the basalt here, which once again has a tunnel that leads straight down into the conveyor belt that leads into my storage system. You'll notice that everything over here is a lot neater as well. I made a conscious effort to do that because, dude, it's so messy over here. Anyway, it also comes out here through this conveyor belt where it's being bulk haunted into this barrel right here. And then from this barrel, it can come down here if I want netherrack. Once again, this is very efficient, so this will probably stay off most of the time. Or it comes through here, where it then splits off either to this barrel here, where the netherrack is being crushed into Cinderflower, is it called? Cinderflower. Or alternatively, it comes down the belt all the way till the end, where it gets crushed into nether brick. Oh, it gets bulk heated first into nether brick, and then it turns into nether bricks. And then here, once again, I have it split, so some of it is going down into this conveyor belt, so I keep some nether brick, and the rest is coming out through this funnel, where it's being crushed by these crushing wheels to make ancient debris. So that's coming out through here, and then coming out to here. There is a chute under here. It's pretty hard to see. That's about it. I'm gonna go sleep. Anyway, that's enough of this factory for now. I will come back by the end of the episode. For now, I think I need a break from looking at the scenery, so I'm gonna turn some of these farms on and go work on a new project. Okay, I call this thing the disco ball. So I was thinking while making all of these factories, right? The eventual goal, the end goal is to have resources for me at the ready when I want to build. If I want to build a massive project that requires a bunch of one specific resource, I don't want to have to go and gather it. Now, when it comes to building, there's something else that is incredibly useful, and that's dye. So I wanted a place where I can get as much dye as I possibly could ever want. That's where this comes in. So the plan is this is going to be the first like semi-automatic farm in the factory district. The plan isn't to automate every single dye because there's a lot of them, like, for example, like pink, purple, and magenta that just require some blend of blue and red dye. And if I automated all of that, it would be kind of annoying. So instead, I'm going to automate all the essential dyes, and then I'm going to have everything I need to craft all the other dyes inside this bowl. So I believe the sensible place to start is with a flower farm, just a vanilla Minecraft flower farm. So flower farms do not work in the jungle. Oh, what? When did these recipes get here? What? Okay, yeah, so maybe I installed a data pack. So what? So what? The thing is, we still need a bunch of bone meal. So this farm is still, this is still good. Holy. Yeah, I don't think my brain was working properly today because I spent the next maybe hour and a half building the flower farm without flowers, because I thought it would generate me bone meal, before finally realizing this farm doesn't work because it would consume more bone meal than it would produce. How did this not cross my head? Okay, yeah, so I'm a massive idiot. I've just ended up going with the same design that I used for my Recreate base. When I was building my base on Recreate, I needed a ton of bone blocks, so I built this bone meal farm, and it worked pretty well for me. So I just used the same design. I was originally going to design something myself, but I already have like over 15 hours of footage on this video, and I really need to just get it done at this point. So, brass funnel coming out like this. Then we just need a barrel and a brass funnel, like this. This should be connected to that, so when I pull this, it turns on. Nice. Okay. The idea now is I should be able to just make any dye I want. Say I want like red dye, for example. I can put a poppy there, bone meal there, make some poppies. Just make sure I don't use it all up. And then put the poppy through the barrel like this. And I get a bunch of red dye. This just gives me a place to keep track of all the dyes I have and then all the flowers, because I don't know the names of all the flowers, so it can be kind of annoying trying to find them in the storage system. Next, I have two projects that I am very, very excited to share with you guys. So we're coming back to this area here, and we're going to be filling this space up with something. I don't even remember what I called it. Crafting stations? I think that was it. Yeah, that sounds right. Let me assess the damage real quick. Oh, 8 pages. Okay. Yeah, a lot of stuff. Okay, let's get to work. There are certain items in the Create mod that are quite useful, but also a massive pain to make. Now, a great example of these are casings. So you have the copper casings, the andesite casings, and the brass casings. Another good example of this are blaze cakes. That's also annoying. And then you also have electron tubes are also very annoying. And to top it off, finally, probably the most annoying are the rotational speed controllers. Well, I've come up with a solution because with these machines, I'm never gonna have to make those 6 items again. So how these work is I basically just need to add the raw materials. So for, let's say I want to make a bunch of andesite casings. All I need to do is add wood and andesite alloy, any kind of wood. Same thing with the copper. And then also the brass, so brass and wood. The electron tubes, I don't even need iron sheets or polished rose quartz. I just put in the raw iron ingots and the raw rose quartz, and then it will slowly make electron tubes. For the precision mechanisms, it's the same thing. I just need golden sheets instead of ingots, and that'll take a bit longer because I need to go through the process like 5 times. Finally, you have the blaze cakes, where I just need to put in cinnaflower, eggs, and sugar, and it will spit out some nicely completed blaze cakes. But now the problem is it gets kind of annoying running from over here to over there, right? My storage system is over here. I don't really want to gather the materials from here, run all the way to the vending machines, make the stuff, and then come back and dump it all in here. That feels like a really long and unnecessary process. I think we're due for an upgrade. So just a quick tour. Starting over here, we have the mechanical crafter with a button here, and then we have our 3 things that require heated blaze burners. We then have our liquids over here. I have this little rolling mill for electricity and for straws. I have a mechanical saw here, brewing stand, and an atom drain if I ever need to drain anything. Here I have a deployer and a hydraulic press. Now this thing is amazing because it does stacks at a time. I didn't even know this thing existed, to be honest. Now, this can be kind of intimidating, but it's actually not that bad. This recipe is pretty easy. Rubber is just basically made from wood. And then you have bronze here, which is made with tin, I believe. Yes. Here we have, this is our little mechanical press over a basin. We have our little cutter thing, and we have our mixer. This is our crushing wheel setup. So we put the stuff at the top, and then it gets crushed and comes out here. We have a little energizer here if I want to do anything new age related. I have a little stressometer here. I did have to build another steam engine because I ran out of stress. And then here we have our bulk washing and smoking and haunting and etc. Very excited to start using this thing. It'll be a lot more convenient than the mess we have over there. Okay, now that the netherite farm has been running for quite a bit, yeah, look at that, we have 67 netherite scrap. I think it's finally time we upgrade to netherite. See, the problem with that, however, is I still am lacking a netherite smithing template, so I'm gonna need to go into the nether. Oh my god. This gives a massive armor boost. That's the thing. Yeah, that's long overdue. I think we're gonna spend the last part of this episode just kind of fixing up the factory district a little bit and making it look a little nicer. It's kind of gotten to the point where I don't think I'm going to be building that much more in my factory district until I get Create 0.6. I have basically everything that I would want to automate automated. So all that's left now is to do the auto crafting when I can. And when we do eventually expand, I don't think we're going to expand outwards this way. I think we're going to probably expand backwards that way, which means I can kind of close this area off. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to terraform it a little bit. Hopefully by the end we'll have a basically kind of complete factory district. So I love capybaras, which is why it's crazy that I haven't had this idea sooner. This episode we're returning to the seaside town for an expansion and a capybara cafe. Okay, so now we just gotta go out and find the capybara. Oh no. My god, why did I use so many catwalk railings? Alright, so when I first booted up this world, I do remember seeing a bunch of capybaras around, but as of recently, I think they've like kind of despawned or something, because I don't think I've seen one for a while. I think from what I remember, the capybaras that did exist were in like that cherry blossom biome thing kind of over there. I'm a little scared I'm gonna have to go to another island to fetch the capybaras, but it'll be worth it, considering they are kind of like the star of this episode. Damn, I think we're maybe gonna have to import some from another island. If I was a capybara, this is where I'd be. Okay, well, there's apparently no capybaras on this island, Okay, we about to do the Great Capybara Import. God damn, this island is really, really big though. Imagine the alternate reality where we started on this island instead. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. This I've been looking for so long. I've genuinely been looking for so long. Come here right now. They're so cute. Okay, I think we're only gonna be able to get one because I otherwise have to transport 2 of them. Oh my god, it's so far. Oh my god. You can go here for now, and we're gonna call you Terry. And I actually have no idea what we're gonna make this look like, so I think I'm just gonna grab like a palette and try to make it work. Maybe. Alright, let's transport Terry in here. Come on. Okay. Boom. This is your new home. One more thing before I finish this build though is I do need to include some drinks. Because, you know, what would a cafe be without any drinks? So I think we're gonna make a milkshake. Caramel chip milkshake. That sounds nice. Am I gonna regret this? Caramel chip. Oh no, don't stop making caramel. Right, that's a second caramel bucket. I knew caramel would come in handy one day. Oh my god. How do I make just like a regular milkshake too as well? I do need that. Milkshake. Condensed milk. No, milkshake bucket. How do I make a milkshake bucket? What? Oh my god. Okay, how do I make ice cream? Oh, Jesus Christ. Do I even have, like, ice? I don't think I... Okay, I'm an idiot. I just spent, like, 20 minutes making these drinks, and I wasn't recording. This was a massive pain to make, by the way. I'm very mad at myself. You can join me for the final step though. I was gonna make some biscuits to go along with my cocoa and my milkshakes. This should be the last piece of the puzzle. Butter dough. And then if I smoke this... Ah, that was quick. Okay. Now let's put these drinks down. That one should go in the middle. I have a milkshake on each side, and then the hot cocoa should go in the middle. Why is it still a little wonky? Can you not perfectly align it? You know what? Whatever, that's close enough. You just scatter these around. Like that. And the last thing was, I think this kind of feels a little empty, so we're gonna do, we're gonna use, Okay. Alright, so the next thing I want to build is a little restaurant. That's what this thing is supposed to be. It's kind of inspired by like those French restaurants that you see in Paris that have like all the seats outside and they like have like an open thing. Also, our town doesn't have a restaurant yet, so like, you know, people need to eat. I mean, we got a takeout, but like that's not good enough. The good thing about this build is that like the interior is already like kind of set up how I wanted to, so I don't need to do all this copycat box shenanigans. Okay, so I couldn't really fit a kitchen into here without it looking really weird, so I kind of settled for this like bar kitchen hybrid thing. Got some seats outside as well, pretty nice. Also kept a bunch of these shelves empty, so I think I'm gonna fill them with some flowers. Oh, the ones above here, I'm gonna get some drinks, I think. So I want to make some food to maybe like put on top of these stoves. So let's go ahead and do that. So I want to make some pasta and pizza. I think, oh, okay. I think that will suit the theme very well. I think we're gonna go with, let's go with pasta and tomato sauce. Seems pretty sensible. For this, we need pasta, which is made by, okay, wheat egg. That's not too bad. And that makes pasta. Okay, easy. Bowl. Tomato sauce. And this, yes, okay. Pasta with tomato sauce. Nice. For a cheese pizza, we're gonna need pizza dough, tomato sauce, and a slice of cheese. Okay. Nice. Alright. Boom. Boom. Oh. What if we did like... Oh, yeah, that doesn't look great either. Let me think. Oh! Wait, you can place it down? Okay, well, thank God we were over a table. Oh my God, okay. Wait, now I kind of want to make some more pizzas so I can put them down. Alright, I have returned with another cheese pizza and a mushroom pizza. Oh, and some flowers. I also forgot to put the drinks up, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that right now. We got a ketchup bottle. That's just, let's say that's juice. And then this is, that can be like, I don't know, like soda water or something. And then this is like it's a whole lot of something. Let's go with a mushroom pizza here. Oh, that looks delicious. And then let's also have one outside. I'm thinking maybe like right here. Boom. Now we have a cute little restaurant. It's very brown, to be honest. Now that I've taken a second to step back and look at it, I realize how brown it is. That's alright though. Okay, let's finish up the town extension. So back when I first built the seaside town like almost 4 months ago, I remember this one comment stood out to me, and it was like, the seaside town isn't supposed to have a clock tower, it's supposed to have a lighthouse. Like realistically, a town can have both a lighthouse and a clock tower. So I'm gonna build a lighthouse. Okay, so that is pretty much it for this episode. And I know it was incredibly short, but I promise you I do have a really good reason for that, and you will find out why very, very soon. I just wanted to quickly stop and say thank you for watching the survival series. I know it doesn't reach as big of an audience as my ranking videos, but I do genuinely really like making these, and I have very big plans for the future, so I'm not gonna stop anytime soon. If you've watched up until this point, a massive shout out to you. Please go ahead and comment something so I can appreciate you. The next episode will be a very, very special episode, and that's partially the reason why this episode was so short. If you were a little disappointed from the length and the content in this video, I assure you I will make up for it in the next episode. But until then, bye bye. I've spent the past year creating the perfect Minecraft world, surviving 1,000 days. Almost. Actually, right now it's day 940, which gives us approximately 10 to 20 hours of playtime, depending on how much I sleep, before we hit the big 1,000. And before that massive milestone, I have 8 things I want to do to end off this era. And that begins with setting up a fireworks show for the big day at my seaside town. I'm realizing now that I actually have no idea how fireworks work in Minecraft.
At the core of every firework is the fireworks star, and this is what actually contains the awesome.
Okay, so I have made 4 custom rockets and also some test rockets just to make sure it all works. I think I'm going to use the pulse repeaters to time them, because obviously I don't want them to go all at once. Pulse repeater. That is cheaper than I thought it would be. So I think we're going to set the fireworks show offshore, so then we can watch it from the promenade when it's time. I'm hoping flight duration 3 will be enough. I actually don't know how fireworks interact with water, because my original plan was to put the dispensers under the water, like under the sea. And my plan is if we sit watch here, I guess you want them to be around like where those sea pickles are would probably be good. So essentially we're going to have 8 waves of 4, and each firework is going to go off 2 times. Okay, and now that's all working. Now we just need to put somewhere to put our, our pulse repeater sequence. And anywhere will do, so let's just do it like under the park. And I might just curl it around for the second time. I was gonna make it loop, but I think this is actually easier. Sand first, gravel, then cobblestone, and then tough. Sand, gravel, cobblestone, tough. Okay, so this should actually all be complete now. If I go ahead and stock the dispensers full of fireworks, they should fire, so I'm gonna test it out with my testing batch. So when I toggle this on, it should work. I really hope it doesn't get stuck in the water. Okay, let's see. Okay, so that was, it's not what was supposed to happen. Should have worked. Wait, why didn't it work? That's a massive pain in my ass. I'm gonna have to make a new batch of fireworks now. Are you kidding? Okay, so after a lot of testing in a creative world, I realized that there is a hard limit for how far you render particles. So I've moved the dispensers like significantly closer. This should work now. There we go. Okay. So that took a lot more time than I anticipated, which is not good. We are running out of time, so let's quickly stock up these dispensers with the real fireworks and get on with the next thing I have to do. I wanted to use this opportunity while we're just kind of doing work on the seaside town kind of area to decorate some of the houses. As of right now, some of these houses are pretty empty, and they've been pretty empty pretty much like since I've built them. They don't really have to be anything too fancy, which is why I've gathered just a bunch of general building blocks, and we're just gonna make it look a little nicer than it is now. Yeah, that's looking heaps better. Our town doesn't look like a facade anymore. Unless, like, you fly above. We don't talk about that. I especially like this one, even though it's, like, the one house you can't access. And that is one more day. So if you've been following the series for a bit now, you'll remember that I still have a station that I need to build. It's still a bit messy over here. This might be a problem for another day though.
So that other day is today.
When I first built my train system, I put a station there because otherwise there's just like a long stretch of track with nothing to occupy it. And I've never gone back to finish it. So today that's what we're gonna do, finally. And somebody way back actually suggested, I'll put the comment up, that we turn this into a train yard. And I think that's a pretty good idea considering it kind of already is one, it's just not very good looking. Okay, it is now done. I really like the look of this thing, actually. I think the idea here is I'm gonna connect this track up with over here, and then we'll extend this all the way up to about here, maybe? I have a bunch of mangrove planks in my inventory here to just fill this area in because I wasn't too sure how I wanted to do this. Uh-oh. I think it will derail our trains, but there's nothing we can really do about it. I think we'll just let them collide first, and then we'll fix it after the platform is done, maybe? Okay. Oh, I think I see the crash. Oh my god, it just straight up starts going. 1 minute and 6 seconds is the ideal time between trains. Okay, so... Okay. Ah, there we go. Okay, now it's all functioning. For a second, the train schedules weren't working, but I think all it takes is the train to pass it once. Okay, we have wasted a lot of time on this, though. That's kind of scary. Okay, so this is when things get serious. It's currently day 963, and we've completed 4 out of 8 objectives, which is actually really good pacing. But the next one is the one I suspect to spend the most time on. For quite a while now, we've been running with this as our main XP storage, and while it works, it's got some flaws. First of all, it's kind of ugly, but mainly it can't make hyper XP. And I think I've put off hyper XP for long enough. I want to start the next 1000 days with over enchants on my tools. That's a bad example because I don't even have enchants on my axe. Over enchants on my tools. So let's start with building this thing. So this tank works very similar to the old tank. As a quick little showcase, you still have your pump here where you pump experience into the tank, and then at the front here you have a pump where you pump experience out of the tank. But the most important part is this section right here. Now this looks kind of confusing, but I assure you it's really not that bad. Basically, a lot of these pipes are decoration, but the main thing you need to focus on is this mixer right here, which has a pump coming out of the XP tank. And the reason for that is because hyper XP is made with glowing sacks, lapis, and liquid experience. in a superheated blaze manner. So basically, this is a lot more complicated than it looks. All you have to do is you have to pump some XP into the basin like this, and then you have to put, let's go ahead and create some right now, actually. I hope I have glowing sacks. Oh, I do. Okay. And we gotta put that in there, put that in there. Okay, mix it up, and then that gives us hyper XP, which we can then pump out through here. Okay, the yield is very low. Oh, it's like 300 to 500 or something like that for one hyper enchant. So we're gonna need a lot of glowing sacks. Is there a crafting recipe for this? Oh, yes. Okay, we can bulk haunt. Okay. The reason I've made this process more unnecessarily complicated than it should be, like instead of just hooking everything up to the stress system, is because I don't think I'm going to be making that much hyper XP. I think I'm just going to make this like one batch, and then that should be like all the hyper XP I'll need for this playthrough. Okay, we have 300 millibuckets in here. I do still need to set up the enchanter system though. So when we pump this into here now, it should, okay, nice. It's filled with hyper XP. And this is where I think the bulk of this episode will go. I want efficiency 6 on my pickaxe, right? That was kind of the whole point of this. Like, we could do Unbreaking 4 and all of that, but it's not as useful as efficiency 6. And my original plan was to like enchant a full set of tools, but after seeing how expensive hyper XP is, like I've gone through half of my XP storage in like one sitting. Problem is, we are missing an efficiency 6 book. We have mending and we have Unbreaking 3. The thing is, I have not really messed around with villages that much because the only problem is getting the initial enchantment book. After you've gotten that, you can just copy and paste it using the printer. They were in this clearing right here. My jetpack is actually quite low. Oh, I don't think, aside from the villages that I've trapped, I don't think there's any more villages here. Okay, well, it looks like the villages I trapped aren't here either. Oh, God. Oh. These ones are still, the one that trades wheat for emeralds is still alive. That's good. I don't actually think there's a single village on this island that has villages. Oh, there we go. We actually have a few more emeralds left, so maybe we can get another enchant. I'm missing looting. I've been for a while. Oh my god, finally. Perfect, okay. Not on the cutting board. That's horrible. Oh my god. Perfect. It's looking a lot nicer. Now, the last two things I want to do are kind of more special. They're less so projects that I need to finish up around my world. They're more like fun little experiences, I guess. And the first one requires us to go back to a place that we have not been to for a long time. Oh, I see it. I see it. Last Christmas, about a year ago, I built this little Christmas cabin and this little Christmas tree and celebrated Christmas in my survival world. I left this little present and I said I would open it next year. which is now this year. I originally was going to open it during another Christmas special where I build like a little cute Christmas town in this area, but it turns out I'm not going to be in the country, so I can't really do that. Now, I know it is quite a bit of time before Christmas, but I'm going to open it now because this is probably going to be the last survival series episode that I make this year. Now, I remember what was in here, but I don't remember the details, so I'm also quite excited. Okay, so we have some cookies and we have a book. And in this book is almost like a time capsule of where we used to be at. So I guess we should continue the tradition. Last year, this was the 16th of the 12th. Right now, the date is the 4th of the 11th. When you're watching this, it'll probably be around mid-November. For me right now, it is the start of November, so I'm filming this very early. Now, a year ago, we only had 815 subs, which is insane because at the moment of recording, I have 6,197, which is like so much more. We also had 60,000 views. We now have 765,000 views. So that is quite the improvement. And finally, we had 2,643 watch hours. Now, a year later, we have 69,314. If you're unaware, you need 4,000 hours of watch hours and 1,000 subs to get YouTube monetization, which means when I recorded this video, I wasn't even making money off of YouTube yet. And now, thanks to you guys, we've come so far. So genuinely, thank you to all of you who have been watching the survival series and my ranking videos. It is because of you that I'm able to do this, and it's so great. I guess we should put it back in here and come back next year. And I think while we're here, we should enjoy some of the food. I think this year we should take a bite of the apple pie. Oh, I gave us speed. That actually is not great. Now, on the topic of revisiting old things, the last objective on my list of things to do is to rebuild the plane that we lost and fly around our island. Now, Clockwork is pretty buggy, so the plane I built all these episodes ago kind of like glitched to the ground and disappeared. But I think it'd be quite nice now if we went back and remade the old plane just to fly around our island one more time, now that it's all been a little more developed. When we first built the plane, we didn't have the railway system, this was incomplete, the factory district was like not even there, and we didn't have the seaside town, so it will be really nice to go through again. Ah, there we go. Okay. Okay, let's go. Oh, I guess I fly around with my jetpack like every day, but this feels different. It still astonishes me every day that you can do something like this in Minecraft. Anyway, I thought a fun way to do this would be to go through each section of the world and recap it by episodes. So if you've either been following the series from the start or you've gotten up to this point in the supercut, then it's kind of like a trip down memory lane. But for most of you, it'll be more like a recap, so you're all caught up. In the first episode, we started at this farming area, building a little farmhouse, the windmill, and the wheat farm. I remember being a little ambitious with this episode and being short on gold. That was a core memory, but it turned out to be pretty worth it because this wheat farm kind of supplied me with food for like the next 6 episodes. Episode 2, after searching for a place to build our factory district, we settled on this island. We then built this massive power plant and this, I still don't know what this is called. I guess it's a flare stack, I think. This episode was very ambitious. We filled this thing up with lava. We took all the lava from the nether through a massive lava pond, which took so long. And we gathered all the materials using a really efficient cobblestone generator. In episode 3, we used that same cobblestone generator to build our really efficient ore farm. And we also built the storage house. Oh god, this is laggy. This was the first video that kind of popped off on my channel, which was kind of interesting to me because I didn't think it was as good as the other videos. Anyway, the most important part of this video was, I would say, the warehouse, because we ended up using that as our main base of operations for the next like 10 episodes. Episode 4, I decided to take a break from this area and we went over here and built this runway followed by the exact plane that you're seeing. This was a really cool episode in my opinion because the whole gimmick of the mod pack back in the beginning was that it was centered around clockwork, which I guess didn't really age that well because I haven't done anything else clockwork related since that episode. Still, I rarely see clockwork in survival-based content, so even building this plane made it feel pretty unique. Episode 5, we had some errands to run. There wasn't that much building, I mainly just used the episode to catch up on a few things that I had fallen behind on, like killing the Ender Dragon. Yeah, it took me quite a while to kill the Ender Dragon. We also went mining and got rich, and set up the enchantment system by enslaving the same villagers that we went to today. Episode 7 was, in my opinion, one of the more fun ones. We built the Christmas area! I still love it to this day, it's so cute. We made a little feast using Farmer's Delight items, we made a little Christmas tree, and we wrapped up the present which we unboxed today. I was pretty busy around that time, so I couldn't really make a massive Christmas special, but still, I really like what I came up with. Wait, did I say that was episode 7? I meant 6. If I said 7, I meant 6. Oh my god. This town was episode 7. I had a surge of motivation. Hold on, let me actually sleep first. I actually went in real life to a seaside town at the end of 2024, and I thought the vibe was so cool, so I thought I would have a go at recreating it in my survival world. This was actually a really fun project, and it was a really nice way to just step back from all the create mod stuff that we had been doing before. This is still probably my favorite project in my world to date. Episode 8, I killed 2 birds with 1 stone, building a diamond factory and also a wood factory. The diamond factory was kind of an extension from the wood factory. I had grown tired of always mining for diamonds when I needed them, and also wood was really useful to build with, and I didn't actually have that much other than jungle. I cleared a lot of jungle trees. Oh my god, that was close. Episode 9, I built your shop ideas in this little seaside town plaza. This was actually one of my favorite episodes to film because you guys had some great ideas and I loved reading through your comments and making them. I really would like to do more of this in the future sometime. We also came up with a name for the town, which ended up being Bikini Top, which I still think is very funny to this day. Episode 10, we finally got around to building a train system in our world. By this point, we had a lot of different kind of districts. We had the farming area, we had the factory district, and we also had the seaside town, and I thought it would be a really fun idea to connect it all with a train system. What is going on right now? I think the whole train project made the world feel so much more complete and more alive. I still really like the tram designs to this day. They're based off the Melbourne trams, if you didn't know, by the way. Episode 11, we finally went back to the farming area. After the first episode, I had kind of started to neglect this part of my world, and in episode 11, funny enough, 1-1, I wanted to make this area feel more lively and useful. We ended up building a bunch of farms. They're underground, so you can't really see them. And we also linked it up with the factory district via this freight train. Oh, it is very hard to focus on a plane. Anyway, we connected the 2 areas up with this freight train, which collects all the stock from the farms that has been generated here and delivers it off to the factory district. Episode 12, I finally got sick of gathering all the materials for my buildings. When I design a new build, I always do it in a creative mode world first, which kind of causes problems because I don't really think about the materials I use when I build. This big factory here was meant to solve that. In this episode, we automated so many different types of blocks and materials, and it made my life so much easier. We finally, in this episode, after putting it off for so long, upgraded to netherite. And additionally, we kind of closed off the factory district, completing the build a little bit. Before this, it was just kind of a bunch of buildings scattered in a little plateau, but now it's got a whole fence and stuff around it. It's very cool. And that leads us to episode 13, or the last episode, where we came back to the seaside town and built this little square extension thing, along with a restaurant and a capybara cafe, as well as this lighthouse, which I think looks pretty good. Capybara cafe was something that I wanted to build from the very start. It's basically the reason why I even included the mod promenade, so being able to finally do that was pretty cool. And now you're all caught up. We're now on episode 14, which is the last episode of this era. And I think that finishes up our little air tour / trip down memory lane. Let's land this plane and hopefully not lose it this time. Nice. Okay, and that leaves us on day 990. Well, we made it. Sun is about to set, so I think I should make my way to the seaside town. There's the sun setting. I think we should take maybe one more walk around our seaside town. I don't know. Actually, I just need to kill time. I was gonna make a car system, but never really got around to doing that. Damn, as poetic as it is to not have my armor on, I need to get onto the roof. So, like, let's go out the window. Now, all that's left is to wait until this clock strikes 12 and hit the button. I kind of can't believe that it's been a year on this world already. This past year has passed so quickly. The survival series is where my channel began, and I don't plan to stop. This will not be the last episode, by the way, if that's what it feels like. But the next episode will be quite different. And that's it. I'll see you guys in the next year.